What's up, everybody? Richard here from Hola Prime. Happy Friday and welcome to Forex Fire. With me today, as always, coaches Tiger and Michael here to help us navigate through the London session. How's it going, lads? All good that side?
Wonderful.
Hey,
wonderful.
Awesome. Happy Friday, guys.
Fantastic. Happy.
You hear me okay?
Almost end of the week. Early for you guys.
Yeah, everything's perfect.
Later for me. Good
Perfect.
stuff. Right. We already got a viewer in the chat there, Jedi Trader. Good morning and welcome. I don't recognize your name, but thanks for joining the very first for today. That's good to see. Right, guys, we've got news in about, 21 minutes, 20 minutes or so. Maybe I can kick things off today. I just want to get through a few things because there might be setups occurring early in the AM session. Just want to go through the UK 100 and just quickly, I think just that one, and then pass it on to Eva, and then it should be time for the news, right?
There you go.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Good stuff. So if you can share my screen, that'll be awesome, please. There we go. Good stuff. Yeah, Jedi Trader, gold US dollar is dumping. I won't really call it dumping. It was sort of expected. I'll go through some analysis of what we've been tracking right before that decline occurred and was sort of thinking that it would happen. And things have been following my path of expectations pretty well in gold. I must say in the UK 100 here, using a bit of market geometry and where price might find resistance, a little bit of phase analysis or Elliott wave analysis, whatever you want to call it. we've been expecting that we might get a fourth wave decline, i.e. a corrective structure against this upwards bullish market for quite some time. First, I thought it would occur over here. That was last week. That didn't happen. Price then shot up higher. And yesterday, I did identify this area over here, which at the lower end was around 9,145, upper end 9,155. And that's basically where we had a confluence between an upward sloping upper channel line, this white one, right? And these pitchforks that I've drawn to the upside. And there we go. Price hit basically the conference area, started moving sideways. And now we've had a little bit of sideways, and this morning a pretty decent decline to the downside. So if this decline would continue lower, then I think we've got a really good chance of watching price decline in either a zigzag or some sort of a combination type of formation for a fourth wave. Meaning that this might also look, a bit bearish for maybe a few weeks or so, or maybe even shorter. But let me just get this out of the way. There we go, toolbar. But in either way, expecting that this potentially could be the kickstart of this fourth wave decline, meaning that we could, at a later stage, get another fifth wave and then potentially a much deeper correction later on. Okay, all indices at all-time highs. I covered the NASDAQ, what I think is happening there a little while ago. But shout out in the comments there if you want me to have a look at the NASDAQ a little bit later again. So for me, on the FTSE, if I just have to go to a smaller time frame, we've had a pretty wide fair value gap that formed here. This is on a 15. There's quite a few on the 5-minute as well. So if we can get a nice, decent retracement, I would say into this fair value gap, maybe a little bit of rejection, then I'll be happy to go short the UK 100, right? Obviously, maybe target either one of median lines. At least if it gives me a good risk-reward ratio, then I'll be all over this for potential trade to the downside. Right, how are we doing on time? We've still got time, 15 minutes. Let's quickly go through gold. Jedi Trader, I don't know if you've watched the previous sessions. Just want to go to the workspace and just bring up gold quick. But I've been saying for quite some time, since the beginning of this month, that gold was likely tracing out a corrective pattern in the form of a triangle. And it wasn't until, I would say, beginning of this week where, well, before I say that, I was at the beginning of, or the end of last week, uncertain whether it will be a symmetrical triangle or potentially an ascending triangle. And then sort of last week, Friday, and into this week, we start seeing a very nice, strong push to the upside. And that sort of gave me the idea that if price were to fail to break through the zone I drew on the top here, which I had on the chart for some time, then that might be the end of that D wave. Just quickly for those that are new to pattern analysis with Elliott wave, triangles typically run out in 5 waves. Each internal wave makes zigzags or complex combinations of zigzags. So first wave A, second wave B, third wave C, fourth wave D, and then you get an E wave, and then a breakout to the upside. Okay. Now, it's very important that you monitor these internal waves, and I would say, let's looking in the past, they all made beautiful zigzags. This one here, if you go to smaller time frame, I think was a double zigzag, ABCX, ABC. Right? I didn't label it as such, it's just so it doesn't look too complicated for you guys. I mentioned for a few times now, I was just concerned that I think this was an A and a B. That if this was, this move lower here was a little bit short-lived, in my opinion, and also didn't give a nice zigzag formation, not like these guys over here, right? It looks almost like one straight move to the downside. So this could mean something, and I've got a plan B with this. I'm still thinking that this still might be an ascending triangle, but instead of this C wave completing, that we're still doing this for C wave, right? Then a D wave, and it should probably be higher up, something like this, meaning that this move lower could potentially target the end of this low, which was around 3,255. Right, then that would mean that this whole thing will be much longer. Then you get a D wave, and then you get an E wave, and then you get a breakout to the upside. It's not unusual for gold to enter into these very long, drawn-out triangles, just to confuse everyone and really test their patience. So I think that is what could be happening here. However, this has just been straight down currently, right? If I go to a smaller time frame, I want to see something like this, A, B, and then get into an area where I think an E wave might end. And I'll keep with this model, although I do think that C wave was a little bit short-lived. I'll keep with this model for now. And if we do get, let's say, into this area, but after a zigzag type formation, not just one straight movement lower, then some sort of rejection upwards, then I'll be willing to get into a trade. Placing stop loss below this zone, and it's basically just the zones formed by the 50% and the 61.8% retracement area, fib levels. And then see if we can trade this back to the upside. Minimum target at least breaking these highs. Those highs were set on 25th, or was it the 22nd of April? I can't really remember. But anyway, then a breakout to the upside. Okay, so I'm bullish long-term gold. This, I just believe, is part of the triangle. So, long story short, that's pretty much what I'm thinking, Jedi Trader, my analysis on gold. Price has followed this trajectory pretty well for a real decent amount of time thus far. So, if it does it, you got to stick with it, right? Until it changes, and then I'll reconsider that count. I've got other counts in the back of my mind, and it will all depend on how price action behaves. So if this triangle idea is proven wrong, then I've got a way more volatile pattern in mind as well, which would be this is not the right one to use. No, where is that one? Yeah, let's just hide this one. Switch to that one. Oh, another price data. I took the price data off here. What am I doing? Here we go. Completely. Oh, here we go. Sorry, guys. This is the other count. Way more bearish, but still bullish in the long term, but meaning that we could get one heck of a strong decline here. And with this pattern, we got an ABC for an A, an ABC for a B. These were pretty clear to see. And then this could have been first wave lower, second wave higher in a combination move to the upside, and then a 5-wave decline to take us below at least this low where the A wave was, around 3,120. Right, and this would be what we call an expanded flat. It's also called a 3-3-5 pattern. A wave in 3, B wave in 3, C wave in 5 waves. Very violent pattern. Price action moves really fast in obviously one direction, in this case lower. And the characteristics of this typically is that your B wave typically falls in line with where this correction started from in a 3-wave movement. And rather than making 5 waves to a new high, it stops in line with it, sometimes a little bit higher, slightly a bit lower like it did over here, and then we'll get one heck of an acceleration lower. So even if this happens, I'll still be bullish gold. And is it all, like I mentioned, it's all about watching price action. If there's little to no little pullbacks here and we start seeing really long-ranging candles downwards, then I'll have to switch to this model. But it's too early to say. that this is going to happen, right? So we'll keep monitoring things, keep updating the analysis, and to all our viewers, keep you in the loop of developments. So that is my thinking on gold. So there's two models I'm working with, but still my preferred being the ascending triangle, which is this one here. Okay. Cool. On gold, yeah, geez, I don't really want to actually trade to the upside here. If I would just go to, let's say, a smaller time frame, let's go back to the 15-minute. It's going to be really tough to try to figure out where this strong decline ends, right? And as I mentioned, I want to see something like this. So my thinking is, let's say we do find support somewhere and price starts moving higher and breaks the previous price structure, in this case a lower high, then I'll assume that the B wave has started. And then it is basically just a simple fact of using, let's say, for retracement levels, stuff like pitchfork, tracking that potential ABC to the upside, and then trying to figure out areas where you have confidence on the upside where that B wave could potentially end. And I'm saying this as if it's, going to happen. So I'm just saying if that happens, this is what I would do. It's not necessarily that I'm obviously right about things, right? So just follow the analysis, follow the explanation, and execute. That's all it is all about, at least in my mind. So, but that being said, then try to track that and then try to trade downwards again. Sorry, Tiger, what did we say?
I was just saying I'm ready for it to get out of that sideways consolidation. Overall, month-long one.
I was just saying you were creating the if-then scenario.
If this, then that scenario. That's for sure.
Right.
Plus, I also just to before we go over to the news, we still have time. I was messing about a little bit earlier. Yeah, we were set with gold. No, I also wanted to do some chart art for you guys. There we go. It's a little troll on the top there, looking over the wall with that formation that we see. So it looks very scary, and everyone's like, "No, gold's going to hell." But we've sort of expected that this might happen, right? So that's my attempt at chart art for you guys. A little troll.
It's got a little elephantitis because one hand is bigger than the other.
Yeah, that's it. So, before I switch back to you guys, I think we're seeing the same thing here on, just for a little bit more humor, on the FTSE, or at least early days of it, right? But this one might be a bit more of a Bart Simpson type of vibe. Where's my drawing tool?
I see it. I see it's here. I see it's here.
Yeah. Oh man.
So I don't know. Where's that damn drawing tool
now? Drawing should be.
There we go. The brush
should be.
So here's old Bart Simpson.
Oh, that's it.
So we got the eyes over there, mouth over here, or something like that, and also maybe I don't know, his shoulder, whatever. So we can get another move here like this. Is why I'm interested. Then we might get the same sort of pattern form that we've seen there in gold. Obviously, different market.
There we go.
It is what it is.
Right.
Okay.
That's right.
So the head and shoulder monster, that is it, Jedi Master. Or Jedi Trader, sorry. Yeah. I'm sure you're a Jedi Master in trading, I hope. Cool. Maybe we can look at a few other markets, and I'll be done for a little while I try to stalk a trade. We still have 5 minutes before the news segment. What else can we look at? Let's have a look at the Nazi.
Nazi.
I actually want to get this on the higher time frame. I can't remember if I deleted all, so hopefully not. Oh, that was on the NQ. I used the futures for that. Yeah, here we go. And this was actually on a monthly time frame. I don't trade the monthly, but just using very, very basic market geometry, almost from the beginning of times when I have data on this. And every single candle here is a monthly time frame. But look at this. I mean, this is just damage. It's just, it's crazy. And this pitchfork has been containing price action really, really well. And typically when you reach these outer limits of these pitchforks, in this case, what we call a red warning line, your Andrews pitchfork or your shift pitchforks only got 3 lines: the center median line, upper median line, and lower median line. But if you then project another one equidistant from your center to your upper, your center to your lower, above your upper and below your lower, then you get what we call red warning lines. They're really good to act as support and resistance, or a drawing card, or drawing area, or magnet, whatever you want to call it, when price is in a really strong trend. So I actually have to update this, but no, there's a reason why it's this wide. Price has respected this angle really, really well in the past. So there is, I think, a good chance that price might go even higher from here, right towards the 25,000 to 28,000 region. And that's using the standard pitchfork. That can be quite useful, especially if price is trading in outer space. And when you look left, there's no previous price structure or anything to basically look for. It's up in the air, and trying to judge or figure out where price might actually be heading with some other more conventional analytical tools can be quite difficult. So I do think that market geometry can potentially provide an answer as to where price might be heading towards. If we have to hide this one, which was a standard pitchfork, and we use a shift again, using the same 3 anchor points that I used for the standard, and although price left the boundaries of it, you just continuously copy and paste the same pitchfork and, stick it on top of each other. Then look how well it's been acting as support and resistance in the past. And this is where I get that lower region of a red warning line. So if we have to bring back the other one, creates a little bit more of an upper region over there. That's where I got that box. It's similar to what I've did with the FTSE, obviously on a way smaller time frame, how I got that area. So if price were now to get in there, start mucking about, and then reject, then I think that's a really good indication that we're finally going to get a much deeper correction. Right? So that's my view on the Nazi. I've just covered the FTSE. A quick look at gold. Again, if you guys in the chat got any questions about this analysis or any of the analysis our coaches provide, let us know and we'll hook you up with some answers. Maybe you got a market you want us to have a look at. We'll be more than happy to do that for you. And I think it is nearly time for our new segment, brought to you today by Senor Tigre.
Senor Tigre.
What's it? Senor Tigre.
Yes.
And about 10 seconds from now. So, yeah.
All right.
Can't wait to hear what you got to say. It's been a pretty quiet week until yesterday, right? So let's see how the last day pans out. But definitely starting to see some movement that I've been actually waiting for the whole damn week. So let's see. Anyways, over to you, Coach Tiger, for the new segment. To note, just a quick note to our viewers, it will be about a few minutes, 5 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. We'll be back, dive into the charts, and then I'll hand things over to either Coach Tiger or Michael to show what they've got on their side and take it from there. Hopefully get into some trades.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sounds good.
Over to you.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live, get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Well, what's going on, everybody? This is Tiger here with Hola Prime, here in the heartland of the United States. Here's what you need to know for today, Friday, July the 25th. First, a little bit of news of the world overview. The cost of living in Tokyo cooled for a second month on the back of some temporary factors, even as food inflation stayed hot, keeping pressure, of course, on Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba. That's a tough name to say. After voter frustration over high prices led to his historic election setback just this past Sunday. Donald Trump downplayed his clash with Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell over cost overruns during a tour of the central bank's renovation project on Thursday, making it clear that he saw the issue of lower interest rates as a more pressing issue than squabbling about with him. So it was quite the video to watch. So if you get a chance, go look it up. It's quite entertaining. But yeah, Donald Trump did praise also Australia's decision to lift import curbs on U.S. beef. That's amid trade negotiations between the two allies after the president had highlighted Canberra's biosecurity measures as an unfair impediment to trade. South Korea and the U.S. did reaffirm their commitment to pursue a mutually beneficial trade agreement ahead of the August 1st deadline, when duties are set to rise. The Asian Nations Industry Ministry did say. So let's move on to Forex today. Just kind of a caption, the U.S. dollar shakes off bearish pressure ahead of mid-tier data. So the U.S. dollar index gained more than 0.3% on Thursday, and it did snap a 4-day losing streak. Early Friday, the action in financial markets turned subdued as investors await the next catalyst. Later in the day, June durable goods orders will be featured in the U.S. economic calendar. The ECB, the European Central Bank, left key rates unchanged as widely anticipated, and that's following the July policy meeting. In the post-meeting press conference, ECB President Christine Lagarde noted that risks to economic growth remain tilted to the downside, but she did reiterate that they are in a wait-and-watch situation, given the uncertainty surrounding the impact of the EU-U.S. trade relations on the economic outlook. After closing modestly lower on Thursday, the euro-U.S. dollar pair stays in a consolidation phase around the 1.1750 level, and that's as of just a little while ago. Later in the session, IFO sentiment survey from Germany is going to be scrutinized by market participants. The U.S. Department of Labor reported on Thursday that the weekly initial jobless claims declined to 217,000 from 221,000 in the previous week. This reading did come in better than the market expectation of the 227,000. And in other data from the U.S. Did show that the business activity in the private sector expanded at an accelerated pace in early July, with the S&P Global Composite Purchasing Managers Index, the PMI, rising to 54.6. And that's from the 52.9 reading we had back in June. And meanwhile, U.S. President Trump repeated his call for lower interest rates, of course, during his visit of the Federal Reserve in D.C. During Trump's Fed tour, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent gave an interview on Fox Business, reiterating the Trump team's common refrains against the Fed and also pivoting back into talking about U.S.-China trade talks and tariffs in general. Quote, the U.S. is in a pretty good place with China on trade, unquote. That's what Bessent did note. On the same matter, the Wall Street Journal reported that the Trump administration is preparing for a new round of trade talks with China next week, with a focus on securing an economic agreement that will increase the U.S. access to the Chinese markets, particularly in business and technology. The USD, the U.S. dollar index, fluctuates in a tight channel currently at around the 97 0.5 level, and the European sessions and U.S. stock index futures rise between 0.1 and 0.2%. The UK's Office for National Statistics reported on Friday that retail sales rose by 0.9%. And that, of course, is on a month-to-month basis from July. This reading followed the 2.8% decrease recorded in May, but came in worse than the market expectation for an increase of 1.2%. The pound US dollar, it stays on the back foot in the European morning and trades below the 1.35 level. The data from Japan showed early Friday that the Tokyo Consumer Price Index rose by 2.9% on a yearly basis in July, and that's compared to a 3.1% increase recorded in June. After climbing towards 147.5 level during the Asian trading hours, the US dollar Japanese yen currency pair lost its traction and retreated to the 147 level by the European morning. Following Wednesday's sharp decline, gold continued to push lower on Thursday, and it did lose more than 0.5% on the day. The XAU-USD pair does remain under modest bearish pressure and falls toward $3,550 per troy ounce early Friday. And finally, as for cryptos, Bitcoin, it tumbled below 116,000 in quite the bloodbath for crypto longs. More than $500 million in long positions were liquidated across the crypto market on Friday as the price of Bitcoin slipped again below the 116,000 level amid a broader market tumble. According to CoinGlass data, $585.86 million in long positions were liquidated, and Bitcoin actually accounted for $140 million of that as it dropped 2.63% down to 115,300 level. As one trader would put it, dump is a pure leverage flush. That was their quote for the crypto dump. So many puns come to mind. And then the last thing I'll check is just a quick calendar. So we've already had the British pound retail sales number. Again, it came in soft. The Euro IFO business climate come in a little soft as well, 88.6 versus an 89.1 forecast. And then here in about 4 more hours, we'll have the final numbers of the day, and that'll be the U.S. dollar. These are all orange calendar events. U.S. dollar, 7:30 a.m. Central Time will be the core durable goods orders month over month and the regular durable goods orders month over month. So that's a little bit about the news of the day. So back to you.
Welcome back, everyone. Good stuff, Coach Tiger. Thank you very much for that.
Crypto
Before we get going, I've just got word again. Guess what? We're giving away another 10K Forex Challenge account during this session.
Hey, okay.
We'll do it sometime after our mid-morning break. So we'll be giving away another 10K Forex Challenge. So all you really need to do to enter, if you don't know what to do thus far, all you really need to do is subscribe to our YouTube and Instagram handles on both Hola Prime TV and the Hola Prime Global accounts, and then comment during this live session and make sure that your email is in your YouTube bio so we can contact you. That's really, really important. So we can't contact you, we can't give you the prize, and we'll have to give it on to the next lucky winner in line. All right, so keep watching, keep those comments coming in, and you could walk away with a free 10K challenge account today. Hopefully you're lucky,
Nice.
fingers crossed, but please do go and follow those steps that were on the screen there, and you could walk away with a 10K challenge account. Again, we'll announce that a little bit later live. Generally, we do it around about, I think, 6 a.m. Central, so it's about an hour after our break, our mid-morning break. Yeah, so good luck. Keep those chats coming in.
That's right.
Good stuff, good stuff. Guys, from my side, I've gone through what I wanted to show. Now it's all about how being something sets up, right? So, Michael, maybe, or Tiger, if you want to show us what you got on your charts, that will be awesome.
Yeah.
What are you watching?
Tiger.
You got anything immediate?
If that's cool.
Kinda,
yeah. I'm looking. Yeah, I'm looking to possibly take. Let me go ahead and share my screen here. Get my screen shared. Bear with me a moment here, guys. Let me get my screen up here.
Cool.
So yeah, I've been stalking this pretty much all week, as you guys know, and it is CAD yen. Thought we'd get a touch here on CAD yen, and we were not able to. Back in, if we can get my screen shared here, please. Wasn't able to really get any good movement on it, but it looks like it totally changed back to the exact bias that I thought before. It's actually pretty nice now, but we don't have 4-hour confirmation just yet, so okay. Go over that.
Which pair was that?
CAD yen. So CADJ.
CAD yen. Not sure.
Oh, okay.
I've asked back in as well in the chat there. They might have a little bit of a technical glitch there, but no worries. It will come up now. Anything else on your radar that you're watching, Michael?
No, that's pretty much it. Yesterday was pretty quiet. Okay,
there we go. Cool.
Sweet. So you guys know I've been watching this. Fresh, but the 5200 cross back here, as I mentioned, if we kind of pay attention to after the cross, we pay attention to the 200 EMA here. Price has not touched it until now, right? So I can kind of see a quasi head and shoulders pattern off of this level. If you guys remember, I was looking for something like this. To kind of go back up, and it never did. Plus, we had this little cross here, so I was not really interested in it once it did that. And then things kind of turned around a little bit. Right, so now I can pretty much let me lock this. So now I kind of see something different here. Well, the same, but a little bit different. It's kind of gave us. It's kind of weird, right? But kind of gave us like two heads, like a two-headed monster a little bit or something.
Oh, I can't wait to see that chart.
I think he's still figuring out how to draw that tiger. He's been sketching it on a notepad on the side.
There we go. So something like this, if anything, right? Like these are the two heads. You know, you got one shoulder here, one shoulder here, right? So something kind of close there. But yeah, I'm actually liking this now, right? As I was mentioning, the reload baseline went below the static. The reload's there. Now, one would say that, hey, what about this? Like we had to close above the 13 here on this last candle, which is accurate. The only thing we're missing here, guys, is, as I always say, you need the 4-hour confirmation. And if you look at this last candle here, it's actually below the 13 EMA, right? So we don't have 4-hour confirmation yet. However, we will in the next 15 minutes. And just like we've been mentioning earlier this week, guys, I mean, you just got to wait. Because if I jump in early and this thing pulls all the way back around and it doesn't confirm, now I'm sitting here like, man, I shouldn't even got in the trade, but I let that fear of missing out get the best of me, right? That's what would happen if you jump in early.
Yeah.
But on the contrary, if you just wait, this move isn't going to run. And if it does, it just wasn't my trade for today. It's just really as simple as that. So I'd much rather wait so I can get my full confirmation, because although majority of my edge is present now, guess what? All of it is not there. That probability of me actually hitting on the trade is not fully there yet until this candle closes above this area. And then at that point, I'd be totally engaged and just waiting on a pullback. Now, I wouldn't jump in it immediately. Well, I actually would, since we have the full 1-for-1 here. But what I would do is I put on only on a quarter, because as I mentioned, this is a 1-for-1, and I don't really like it at exactly 1-for-1. I want it to be at least a 1.25, 1.5, something around there. The 1-for-1 is a little shallow for me. So just in case, instead of me putting on half the position when the candle closes and then half on the pullback, I'm going to do pretty much the same or slightly different. So I'm going to grab a quarter of the position as soon as the candle closes, and then I'm hoping it pulls back to around this area here. Oops, let me unlock this.
Hey, Michael, I don't think I've asked you this before, but what would you do if, let's say, before this candle closes on the 4-hour, price just shoots up now and it reaches the target that you were intending to aim for, but you didn't trade it? Will you then wait for a pullback, or just consider it an unfortunate mismove, right?
That's missed. They got it. Missed. They ran the move without confirming. If they run all the way up here, in fact, if they run halfway, I'm not interested in it either. So let's say, for example, if my target is from here to here, right, which is, let's say, 50 pips. If it runs 25 pips, so anywhere right here, I'm not interested in that either. I would let this go once it got here. So if price was to shoot up in the next, let's say, 10 minutes and touched all the way here, it's gone. I'm not going to trade it. I wouldn't wait for a pullback this steep.
So
you're waiting for that candle to close, right, on the 1 hour, not the 4. Are you waiting for the 4 hour to close?
Yeah, this 4-hour candle is actually going to close here in the next 11 minutes. So once this closes, I'll be entering this trade. I just want to get, like I was mentioning, I'll let. Yep. So remember, for me, the question always is, these 4 questions rather, is, I'll just type it out here. Where am I in the cycle? Meaning basically what level, right? So L1 or L2, right? And then we got the next question, which would be, let me just put 1 here. The next question would be, is there a pattern, right? Next question would be, do I have higher time frame confirmation, which is where we at now. So right now I do have one. I know I have number 1. I know I'm in level 2, right? Off that 200 pattern, that funny double head and shoulders that I just drew. Next, I'm just waiting for the 4-hour confirmation. That's what number 3 would be. And then lastly will be that entry signal, which will be a close above this 13 EMA. So 3 and 4 realistically will happen at the same time. But yeah, as soon as this actually comes through here, because obviously this candle was closing in the next 10 minutes for the 1 hour, and then the 4 hour, obviously they both close at the same time. So I'll be able to execute both of these. Well, 3 and 4 will actually happen at the same time, which will give you that final confirmation. And as I mentioned, I'll just wait on a slight pullback here, guys, somewhere to around this level. As you can see, it's not too much at all. That'll give me a bit more edge, right? That'll turn my 1-for-1 to 143. So I'll be happy with that. And yeah, I would really, to be honest, I don't think it'll come all the way down here, but this would be even a better pullback. Now Now, if I waited for this pullback, it's a great possibility that this won't happen, right? But the cool thing about it is once you can actually do the math and you can split your positions up. Typically, I would do 2 positions, but this is a rare case where I could actually split this up into 3 positions. I could do a quarter at the close of this candle. I could do another quarter at the second point, which is here where I wanted it to be. And then if it comes all the way back down here, I can put a 3rd position on, which will be a half. That'll be my full 1%. Same. So yeah, once you can kind of be flexible with it. And I do leave that option open. The main thing is not to go over that full 1%. That's the main thing. So you can split it up into a quarter, quarter, half, 4 quarters, 2 halves, however you want to do it, based on how the candle will close and that risk to reward. So yeah, this will be a situation that I'm just going a quarter at first, because if this is all the way up here at the 141, let's see if it's up here. Somewhere right here. Yeah, as long as it closes below this, I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to go ahead and put on a quarter, but we'll see. If it closes, a little bit further down, I might just throw on that half. I'm just going to watch this one and see how it closes exactly. But one thing's for sure, it definitely looks like it's going to close here in the next 7 minutes. So we'll go ahead and reshare my screen here with my full screen. And then I'm going to put this stop loss level on, which is, looks like 107.60. Let's just do 62. 107.62. This is on CAD yen. Buying it. 107.62. 107.62. All right, cool. So we'll leave that there, and then we'll see, because I don't know how much I'm putting on just yet, so I gotta leave that part alone for now. But yeah, we'll see here in the next 6 minutes. This is pretty much the main trade setup I'm looking for today. Didn't really see too much while you guys were going and Tiger was giving the news. I was kind of scouring the market, see what I saw. I didn't really see anything else. Something that was close, it kind of left, but it looked a little weird, is CAD Swiss. The move kind of already happened as well, so I didn't really like this too much. But
Michael,
everything is
we got a question there from Jedi Trader directed to you.
Oh, shoot it over.
I think the last 3 lines.
Let's hear it.
Asking, but isn't that an engulfing candle? I could quickly answer that. Jedi Trader, it doesn't just enter on engulfing candles. There's a lot of conditions that need to set up, like his patterns, his crossovers, all these indicators need to point, all need to line up before he gets into a trade. Then he says he can't tell because the screen's not clear. Maybe just blow it up a little bit or zoom into the price action there, Michael. And then I think the main one here is, why don't you just enter when you see that engulfing? And I know you got a really good answer for that one, so please go ahead.
Yeah. So that's what I don't want to do, is just enter. Anytime I get the urge to just enter, I don't do it. That's the very not thing to do. Just enter. I need much more. Yeah,
that was me last
night. It's not like when you're 60,
yeah. You know how
get an urge to do something, you just do it. You don't think.
You
know what happens.
You know, like when you're I'm sure you guys heard the saying that when they say the first thing you do in a crisis is not panic. Like, yeah, this is that. The very first thing that I do when I feel that urge to just jump in is not do it. That's like first
step away.
Because that's your monkey brain trying to take over, right? Like your emotions is getting the best of you. Seriously. Like I could have took this trade.
And Murphy's law, it's gonna pull back all the way.
Of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
that's how it
It's going to
goes.
run off and leave him.
Like you say over and over,
Right.
Coach Michael, it's
Well, he didn't break his
they
rule.
are watching and listening to you, and they're trapping all those traders thinking that's a breakout as well.
Y'all just wait till I talk.
needs
You'll
to
hear my.
confirm
You'll
it.
hear my. You guys will hear my example from yesterday. Yeah, Michael's people were really watching me after he's done.
And something else, just to kind of give a little more context to it, right? Like I'm definitely what I would call a sniper in trading, right? Like I'm literally sitting here, elbows on the ground. I have the target in sight and my finger on the trigger, but at the same time, the target is not in my scope just yet. So if I just pull the trigger and jump in early, I'm not going to hit it. That's how I'm looking at this. Yeah. It's not ready yet. And guess what? If this does run away, it's totally fine. Like that's just part of the game sometimes. But at its core, right? Again, I'm waiting for this 4-hour candle to close because the previous candle is below the 13 EMA, which is a hard rule for me that I need 4-hour confirmation. So I can't. The trade's not ready yet. It technically won't be ready for another 3 minutes. Now, once this actually closes, then it'll be above, and then it's ready to go. At this point, the target will be in my sights, and I can pull the trigger. But right now, let's say he's getting out the car right now, right? he's not in my scope just yet. He still needs to come around, stand there, do their little signature pose like you see on the movies, and then bam, I'll pull the trigger.
Otherwise, you miss and don't get paid.
Yep, exactly. Seriously, otherwise I'll miss and I won't get paid. My handler be all pissed off, like, "What happened? He said you don't miss, right?" That whole thing.
Jedi Trader says that you misunderstood. There is a pullback and then an engulfing. Why not enter? Well, maybe I don't know.
Yeah, what pullback? You mean did the pullback happen already or no?
I'm not sure. He's just saying no. After it has a pullback already, so you misunderstood. There is a pullback and then an engulfing candle. Why not enter? Because there's a break of structure.
Yeah. So yeah, if there's a pullback, I mean, this is going to break this structure for one, more than likely, and that's exactly what I'm waiting on. Now I'm only putting on a quarter in the beginning, just in case there is no pullback and it just runs. Right? I'm just putting on a small position just in case, but really I'm waiting for it to pull back to one of these two levels. One level will be here, and I'll make this green. One level will be here for me to wait for it to pull back to. And then the second level will be around here, right? So either one, I'm hoping it does pull back to one of those two. But yeah, for now, I'm just going to put on a quarter of this position because this thing is pulling away. So let me reshare this. Yeah, this thing is pulling away. So a quarter of 125.60. Oh, so let's just do this. All right, yeah, this thing's pulling away. So again, I'm just gonna put on a quarter. So yeah, about $62. All right, so close enough. Yeah, it's close. Buy this here, and then we'll just wait for these two pullbacks. I'm definitely about to end this trade. Looks like it's ready to go. So let's just see.
Cool.
Sniping.
Do it.
He's about to walk into the sights, guys. And I'm going to hit the trigger now. Pow. All right, so I hit one of them.
Pow, pow.
Way of the jack.
In the...
Yep. Now the next one, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put 2 alerts on here. See, now this is what I mean, right? So I have on a quarter now, right? A quarter of the position. Now, if this just runs away and never pulls back, instead of me sitting here and not getting paid at all, I do get to get a little bit of piece of it, right? A quarter of the position, right? Now, if it does give me a little pullback and comes here, right? I'll just put second position, right? I'll be able to get a piece of it there. And then lastly, if it does pull back all the way to here, I'll grab this too. Now again, typically I'm only doing 2 positions, but this candle is pretty large, right? So, and I don't want to put on too much of the position too early because I do believe it'll pull back. But just in case I'm wrong, I want to have on a quarter, right? So next thing I'll do is put this next back on. So we'll do 107.62 again. 107.62. I was going to keep loading up here. 107.62. Probably do another quarter there, just in case. See, look, again, this may or may not pull back. I have no idea. All I know is the candle confirmed at that particular price, and I need to be a part of the ride. I've been watching this for days already, right? So again, I'm hoping it pulls back. So I
lying in wait.
Position. Yep, that's what a sniper does.
Yep.
Just sits there and waits, right? I'm the guy in the movies where I'm on the roof and I'm just waiting. I don't do anything. I just sit there and wait. I'm not the hand-to-hand combat guy who penetrates the building and, you know, goes in. That's not me. That's not my strong suit.
You just pick them off on the way in and out. Yep.
Yeah, that's my strong suit, and I know that.
Right.
That's what trading is about, right? Like you got to find out what works best for you. And
knowing your strengths.
So I'm just and your weakness, right?
Yeah.
You gotta know. Some people, when I see some people from the movies over there, I'm like, man, this guy's rough. I don't know if you guys ever watched that movie. It was they actually made 3 sequels, but it was the main character, his name was Michael Banning. It was he was saving the president. I gotta look this movie up. I can't think of the name of it. Paris Has Fallen. Oh, Olympus Has Fallen is the name of it. It had
Olympus Has Fallen.
Yes. That's excellent movie. Yeah. Olympus Has
Fallen. But you know, Michael Banning.
Yeah.
Yep. The one who saved the president. In real life, I forget his name. But yeah, he hand-to-hand combat all day. This guy literally saved the world by himself, nearly. Absolutely crazy. Right? I mean, I'm more
Gosh, I got to rewatch that. I forgot how good that movie was, actually.
Yeah, it was a great movie. Absolutely great. They did the sequel.
Hey, Kelvin.
Olympus.
Welcome. Thanks for joining.
Hi, Kelvin.
So super cool. Hey, what's up? What's up?
Where do we find this dab icon people are using? That is so cool.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think they should have had what do you call it? A search bar. They should have had a search bar in here to make it a little easier.
They need that on YouTube. Yeah, you're right. They just don't have add emote. Oh, wait, they do. Add emotes. Search emotes. Dab. Whatever it's called. Maybe it's called something else. Okay. Anyway, yeah, that's cool. I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. Olympus Has Fallen. Yep. So Olympus Has Fallen. London Has Fallen. Paris Has Fallen. I think they made 3 of them.
There we go.
And the main guy, remember, his name's Gerard Butler.
Oh, Gerard Butler, yeah. Excellent actor.
Yeah. Great movie.
Excellent
anyway,
stuff.
That's what I was kind of just waiting for. As you can see, guys, this may or may not pull back. And literally, if it doesn't pull back, this is exactly what I mean and why I do it this way. Right? Like, because otherwise I'll be sitting here waiting for a pullback. I'm like, no, I'm not in yet. Pull back. And of course, you guys know that it's not going to pull back. Right? So you kind of got to play it the best way you can. And, just be prepared for all scenarios. Like, I was prepared for this scenario before it even happened. So if it pulls away and I don't get in, wow, it sucks, right? But not that bad. I just didn't get the full position on. That happens.
Yep.
We used to
Right.
call
Yeah.
this a
Something
footy,
better than
like a
nothing.
runner
A little bit of
position.
something. Yep.
Yep. And again, if it pulls back to this price, great. Now I have my position on. That's awesome. If it pulls all the way back down here, this is my last final piece. If I don't want it to pull back further than this, if it pulls back further than this, now we can get into that territory where maybe I was wrong with this trade, right? So we'll see how it works out. But yeah, definitely want to wait until these two pull back. And again, if it doesn't, I mean, that's just what it is. It's not really a big deal. But cool. So I got my alert set on this. There's no need for us to just sit and watch this. If it does pull back to this price, I will be notified.
Tis what to do.
Exactly.
Cool.
So let's kind of see what else there were. I did want to look at gold just to kind of show. So we kind of made this point yesterday. I have an alert here, as you guys can see. Because for me, I think I might have mentioned yesterday that I don't like to take the second W, but I will make an exception on gold and Bitcoin. Right? So it's the only two asset class that I would do that with because, like I said, everybody just likes to buy it anyway. So you kind of got that
Because
extra
you're
little piece of
picky
edge
like
there.
that.
You gotta be.
The sniper.
You gotta be.
Snipers are picky.
Right. So we did have this head and shoulders pattern here, which was kind of ugly, but it was there. Right. And then we just kind of ran up here. Right. So that was one move in itself. We had everything we needed. If you guys look at this, now this is something else that's cool too. If you look down here, you can see it's outside the band there, outside the band here, and outside the band again. This is typically a whoa. This is not ready yet because you need some inside the band. Kind of how we have. Let's go back to CAD yen. Where's this thing?
Don't forget the monster you have at the top there as well.
Yeah.
Right. Right. So if you guys look at this one, we have outside the band, outside the band, outside the band again, and then look at this last candle that actually is going is inside the band. This is how also another key indication of now we're getting somewhere, right? Like now the meal is actually ready to be served. So I always got to watch out for this TDI as well. Again, this keeps me out of a lot of bad trades and gets me into a lot of good ones as well. So gold was just a little bit different because it did have all of that. But I did mention yesterday and the entire time that the next move after the 50, after the pattern off the 200 would be that bounce off the 50 EMA, which we never got, right? I would have preferred it to do the move like this, bounce and then, run up. But as we know, they like to do the opposite of what you're asking for. So in this case,
Absolutely.
it looks like maybe we might have an opportunity going the other way, right? Well, off the 200 at this point. So maybe we can get a move kind of back like this. That's why I have this alert set here. And then if you guys also look at the TDI, you can see we have outside the band here. This may or may not go inside the band. So we kind of got to watch the price action and see what happens. But if we did, that move would look something like this. Interested in taking this. Right, something like this. Nice 1 for 1.5. Not bad at all. So I'll leave this here just in case gold does decide to play nice and set back up. All right, so this is my prediction on gold.
So you're looking for that formation and then a long, right? To go long.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now this might change. right? This is my bias as of right now, because one thing is we don't have the 5,200 cross just yet. So this is still long. Now it's very close to crossing. So if this continues, and it does, once these two cross, I'm not interested in this long anymore. Because once these EMAs
Interesting,
cross to
because
the
there where
downside,
prices currently, I'm actually got different different areas there as well. I'm looking for a bounce, like pretty much where prices right now, maybe up until about 340. Interesting.
Yep,
Yeah, I think
and
I
that's
got a
Going to be a
little
probably
bit.
reversal
because
from
it
there or a
would be that.
bounce or whatever the case might be. I'm thinking we're going to find support pretty
Yep,
soon. Yeah, maybe.
I agree. I agree. I mean, typically price does like this is a huge support level off this 800 EMA, and it's literally just now getting to
Yeah,
that
Jedi
point. So if
traders
it
say that
does
he's shorting it.
come and bounce off of this, yeah, that will be
Yeah,
the
it depends
move
on which
for me.
EMAs you're looking at, Jedi trader. I'm just saying this downwards move can't last forever, right? It's got to some stage find support, give us a bounce higher, and I won't personally be trading it trying to aim for new highs. I'm just trying to look for an intraday trade. That's what I do, day trader.
Yep, yep, absolutely. Yeah, and don't get me wrong. Like I mentioned the other day, if you guys remember, I think Richard, you were probably interested in shorting it, and then I mentioned, I'm like, yeah, that would be a good short, because I was expecting price to come back to the 50, right? So that would have been
Mm.
a great, that would have been a great
Oh yeah,
short to catch this. It was like from here. Now I wouldn't have taken it all the way down there, because again, I was expecting to come to the 50 and then go back the other way, right? I would have wanted to take
right.
this move here, right? But for it to catch this move and go all the way down, yeah, that's kind of a lot. That's a big move. If somebody grabbed this, I mean, obviously awesome, but there would be two levels, right? One and two. So to get it all the way down here, I mean, you just balls of steel. You're just hanging on. It seems like.
Big huevos.
Right.
Well done, Jedi trader.
Right. Absolutely.
Matrix Mind,
So cool.
thanks for joining. Says that the 4-hour order block and trend lines near 3,340, 3,330.
313. 30. Yeah, this is
Cool.
really deep.
Again, guys,
Yeah.
just
Anyway,
a quick
you gotta
reminder,
watch
if
it, see
you
how it
just
plays
newly
out.
joined us in a chat here, sorry, Michael. We are giving away another 10K account today, this morning, during the session. Right, we'll do it around, I think, around about 6 a.m. Central. So there will be a 10K or free 10K Forex challenge account from Hola Prime. And again, to be eligible to win this prize, you need to make sure that you subscribe to both our Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global YouTube channels, as well as our Instagram channel. Keep on commenting there in the comment section, and make sure that your email's linked to your YouTube bio. Otherwise, we can't get in contact with you, and we'll have to pass on the prize to the next person in line. So good luck. Again, we'll probably announce that around about 6 a.m. Central. Please stay tuned. Keep those comments coming in, and maybe today is your lucky day to win a 10K challenge account.
Yeah, that's right.
Nice day to start off your Friday. Nice way to start off your Friday
Sure
for
is.
sure.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So is.
Well, cool. I don't have too much more. I mean, Tiger, if you want to show something, or I can just go through all the pairs why I would be interested in them.
Oh
It's
yeah.
kind of up to you.
Yeah, I got a few things. I can share.
Gotcha. Okay.
Cool.
Back.
Yeah,
See what
this
you
will be
got.
it for me for now. I'll just jump back in a little bit later here and kind of show the rest of what I'm looking at and why I don't like it. Because
Okay.
literally only cat yen is what I like today. That's it. Everything else is too far, not close, or something.
All right.
Cool.
So we're gonna play a little hard right edge game. I know you guys have heard this, I'm sure. All right.
Yep.
So
I do that all the time.
this was my trade yesterday, actually. So pound New Zealand dollar, just so everybody knows, as always, I go through my fundamentals and make sure it's on my top setups first. So pound New Zealand, this is actually the second weakest currency pair that I have. So it's a very bearish score of a -12. The only thing lower is pound Swiss at -13. So on this particular trade, I did identify a 5-minute supply zone. Really, really nice decline in price at one point. So was looking to have have price return and give me a trigger candle. So let's go through this trade, and I'll show you why I might have let loose a 4-letter word or two after. So, all right. So going into price.
Damn, so it didn't work.
Right there.
I don't think it was that one.
Was a really nice rejection candle there. Yeah, really nice rejection candle. Okay, so there's where I got in. Because this one is so strong, I just went ahead and went for it. I mean, I had a nice wick. When you do the smaller time frames, it's kind of tougher, in my opinion, to do the confirmations because they move so quick on the smaller time frames, right? So I just went with the wick, right? And then obviously I had a break low. So anyway, short sell, and this is getting close to when I'm getting ready to go to sleep. So just kind of came back up. Okay, it started going in my favor. And let's see here. Right about this point, this is where I decided to take my stop loss and bring it down to break even because it was a 1-for-1. Actually, I brought it a little lower. So I ended up bringing it for like a half a unit of profit, right? Because I knew I was going to sleep. So I'm like, I at least want something out of this trade. It's been a miserable week of trades.
Right.
And so let's get something out of this. So anyway, I'm sleeping. Okay, looking good. Had really nice profit roll. And I was obviously dreaming about this trade. So I was willing it in my dreams, apparently. But then all of a sudden, we get close to the end of the intraday session. I wake up somewhere right around that, a little later than that. Yeah, just a little bit later than this. But price comes up towards the end of the intraday session and stops me out. So got me a cup of coffee. But look how close look what happened after that, 2 pipette move into the zone. Actually, it was, actually, it happened a little lower, actually. So that's about what it was right there. Well, watch this crap. Boom. Look at that. That would have hit my take profit, that full take profit.
Well, we're looking at the candles.
It's definitely a full lot of work.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had my cap.
That sucks.
Big time.
I mean, completely the bottom.
Sucks is 5 liters.
Yeah.
100
Yeah, 100 pips. And that was obviously at 4 o'clock Central whenever the intraday market switches over to Friday. So, yeah.
Damn.
That was quite annoying, I must say. And I was just trying to lock in something. And there's always the hindsight game we could play, right? I should have just left my stop loss alone, right? But I was telling on the stream with Paul last night, we were doing the quiet market session. That might happen to me once or twice out of 10 trades. I mean, it really doesn't happen that often, but it's just kind of funny when you have a little bit of a string of losses, and that's the time it decides to do it. Just to kind of throw salt. So anyway, I was right. I just shouldn't have moved my stop loss. So thought y'all might get a kick out of that. And then I'm currently paying attention. Oh yeah, and then the other thing I wanted to show, because you were talking about engulfing candles earlier, and not all the puzzle pieces were there, right? So that's pretty much what I was looking at with dollar Swiss last night as well. It looks a little better on trading view, but yeah, on this chart, obviously it had a supply zone up here. So when I was looking at this one on the 5 minute, I think it was 5 minutes. Let me see. Yeah, 5 minutes. So, price had hit the zone last night, and I ended up getting the trigger candle, the engulfing candle. Now, why did I not get in this trade? So let's take a look. So first things first, I hit a supply zone, catching those unfilled orders. I also have this kind of long-term trend line going after my 4 hour. Long-term trend line that's going down right straight through that zone. So that's a little bit more of a confluence, a little bit more of a, a resistance point, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
What else did I have here? There was something else. Oh yeah, and at the time my I think it was my RSI started rolling over. Maybe that's what it was. Yeah. So I had RSI. I mean, obviously we're still making higher highs on the price, but on the RSI, it was starting to make lower highs, right? So that was a little bit of a divergence. So that's three things in my favor. I had obviously the negative bias, bearish bias. So that's a fourth thing or fifth thing. But what am I missing? Why didn't I pull this trade out? Why didn't I pull the trigger on it? Going back to my 5 minute. All because of the volume. So when I got that engulfing candle, I didn't really have a big spike in volume, right? If that's a true reversal, I want to see volume up in this area somewhere. Just looking down here on my volume, right? I didn't get it. I mean, it was just a little bit higher than that previous candle. I need volume. I need a volume candle that looks something like that. Right. So because of that one thing, like you were talking about earlier, Michael, not all your pieces were together. So that's why you avoided that trade. So it is important. I mean, every indicator I personally use, every indicator Michael uses, they're important in their own way, but it's a synergistic system that we both have. We have different systems, but they're both synergistic in the indicators and the different, moving averages like he uses and VWAP and such, RSI, Bollinger Band. So what I'm saying is, if there's one piece of that puzzle that's not fitting, it's a no trade. It's a no go. Mm-hmm. Right. So,
and then sometimes I'll add this on too, right? Like, not to cut you off, Tiger, but I would have I would call two sets of rules basically within that. Because sometimes what I would call there is it's a little bit of flexibility there, right? Where it was like, all right, I'm missing this, so I don't want to put my full position on, but I'll still take it because it's pretty clean, and it's still a high chance that this will go. And then there's other sides where, oh no, this is a hard pass. Like, this is what I would call a hard rule, and that would be that 4 hour confirmation. So a 4 hour confirmation is a hard rule for me. The M's and W's, if there's no reload, that's a hard pass for me. If there's red news coming up, but the trade setting up, it's a hard pass for me. Things like that will affect the outcome of the trade dramatically, not just a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. No, that's a great point. And I'm kind of the same when it comes to the bullishness and the bearishness number. Like dollar Swiss, it's giving me a bearish signal, but it's only a -5. If it were a -9, -10, something a little bit more convincing from a fundamental and sentiment point of view, then I might have considered hitting the sell button. But not only that, I prefer to actually go into the zone a little more, obviously to hit the trend line, but also to just go a little deeper and get more of these unfilled orders up here. So, just barely tapping into it. It was weak sauce. I didn't really get the volume, so that kept me out. And obviously, as you can see, it's returning now. So, Now, I mean, now that it's back, we might look at it. I mean, I still want it to go in a little bit deeper to break these highs here and collect some more unfilled orders up top. What time is it? 4:25 Central. So we'll keep an eye on it. I mean, it's technically been mitigated, right? It's obviously been touched if we're looking at it on the 1 hour. So the green candle there. Now that's subjective too. I mean, you could, if I were to move the to the bottom of the body of the candle, then it hasn't. I personally, I just like to use the wicks. So I don't know. That's a little subjective. Again, if I look at it from that point of view, then it's just now touching it for the first time, right? So, and typically when you have a candle with a bigger body, I mean, some people swear by it that you just put your zone at the base of the body itself and just ignore the candle. If you have a really narrow range candle like that one there, like a narrow range body, then that's obviously where you'd want to, draw your zone. But really the body of a candle is typically the most volume. Like if you were to look at it on a volume profile, right? When you look at the volume side to side, I mean, the body of the candle is technically the most volume traded within that candle anyway. So yeah, I'm just a little more aggressive, I guess you could say, with putting in the tails, the candles and stuff, or the wicks themselves. But yeah, I mean, hell, we may be at the spot now where I can take a look at this, just looking at it on a fresh perspective. Because again, I don't think that was a big deal because again, we didn't have any volume step in. In fact, it kind of dulled out. We had the wicks, so there were clearly a few sellers that have a similar, supply zone theory, but it wasn't enough and it wasn't convincing. And that's more retail volume, in my opinion. It's not really institutional volume. So I care about the institutional volume. That's why I want bigger candles. I want to see that the banks themselves are stepping in and not just a handful of, retail traders, because the banks are the ones that move the market, not us, obviously.
Right.
So, but yeah, let's see here. So that was my leg in candle right there. Had a little bit of, let's see what a 1 minute time frame looks like. Okay, so just looking at volume here. Yeah, see, even that, I mean, we're getting some wicks on a 1 minute. I just want to see more volume than that. Because that to me is nothing more than just, like I said, collection of retail traders trying to sell this thing. I need a bigger candle so I can see the institution stepping in themselves. So I'll probably ignore that for now. See if we can get a little bit deeper of a retracement, and then obviously look for an engulfing candle on a 5 or 15. I mean, to be a 15, it would have to go quite a ways down here. 5 minutes, obviously, yeah. And see, I'm not interested in that yet because we got a wick on the bottom, so you got buyers stepping in. So there's a lot of different, different things you got to look at candle to candle when you're trying to decide if institutional volume is stepping in. So, yeah, this is basically the main one I'm going to be watching for the moment, just because it has hit that zone. Yeah, so I think that's it. I'm going to go take a look at my watch list real quick.
We got Jedi Trader asking us to please have a look at GU.
GU. Yeah, let's do that.
We could do that.
So GU.
Give us the score.
I'm just looking at my chart over here. Let me refresh my chart. Not my chart, but my edge finder real quick. Because it was giving me a bearish signal, but I didn't see it just then. Oh, yeah. Okay. So pound dollar, bearish score of a -7.
Wow.
Now, that's understandable because the pound kind of got smashed around a little bit after the PMI data and everything. So let's take a look here. I just want to refresh. So yeah, taking a look at the pound yesterday, the worst performer for the pound was the services PMI. 52.8 was the forecast, but it only came out at 51.2. So that was a whole 0.4 miss on that. Now that is, let me see here. Yeah, because pretty much everything else was fairly close to being in line. I mean, only like a 0.1%, point, or 0.1, 0.2 number off, but pretty well neutral. But that flash services PMI pretty much sticks out like a sore thumb. So if I'm looking at the pound, that did drop to a 50% surprise score, economic surprise score. The US dollar actually increased up to 62%. So I'm slightly bullish on the dollar now, which is good for the pair, right? Pound dollar, obviously -7. So let's take a look at this sucker. I think I had an alert set. Oh, yeah. So I have a couple alerts set on this on a 4-hour. Let me just turn my drawings off. So this little candle right here, supply zone, right there, just kind of got some basin action before a big move down. Now, just ahead of it, we have another one here. And I think that one, yeah, that might have gotten touched. Let me turn my drawings on real quick. Oh, I was looking at it on a smaller time frame. So we got the 4-hour candle here. Let me turn my drawings back on so I can see where I'm at. And then I think we had a 1-hour above it. Let me double check. Yeah. So this is the 4-hour candle, and this is a 1-hour zone. So essentially what I did is I look at that as a zone on top of a zone because they are so close. So I took and just put a rectangle around the distal line there, all the way to the proximal line of this. You know, if we're looking at it on 4 hours. So essentially it's one big zone. Well, price came up, got close, it flirted with it, but yeah, it still missed it by, I think, 15, 20 pips, something like that. And then it turned around and reversed. Well, here's what I like about this new zone that created. Okay, I need to draw that in now. So this little zone has now been created. Looks like it's about 20 pips wide, so that's okay. That's a decent amount. This new zone that was created here was strong enough to push through this 4-hour demand zone, just like a hot knife through butter. And that's understandable because, again, we're getting dollar strength and pound weakness. So it just chewed right through all that. Now, obviously, obviously that PMI was a big factor in this. Plus, the U.S. dollar, they had, what was the unemployment claims number that came out hot because they forecasted 227,000. Only had 217,000. So there were 10,000 less unemployment claims. So that's strong for the dollar. And then when it comes to the PMI data for the U.S., they did miss their number on manufacturing PMI, but they were real hot on their services PMI by like 2.2 points. So really good expansion number for the services PMI. And not so much on the manufacturing. Well, like I was talking with Paul about last night on our Quiet Market stream, I put a lot more weight into the services PMI than I do the manufacturing PMI. Just think about it. We live in the age of technology these days, right? That manufacturing number, I think, was a lot more important. There was a lot more emphasis on it 100 years ago, 120 years ago, whenever when we were going through the industrial age. So obviously that would have been the most important, but nowadays it's all about services. I mean, that's just a lot stronger of a number. So obviously that number was good for the dollar. So yeah, that zone, I mean, look, it was strong enough to chew through all this. So basically, yeah, if I can get a retracement, I need to erase all these drawings because I drew these original drawings back when I had a bullish bias, but I don't have that now. So just kind of going through my path tool. Yeah. Get a price bump up somewhere in this area. And I want to see it kind of go sideways to really screw with the retail traders before coming up and tagging that for a short sale. Something like that. That's essentially what I would like to see. Because now I know I can delete this zone since it's old news. And I'm focused on that zone right there. That's going to be the one I'll be watching for a while. Now, could I go down to a smaller time frame? Yeah, we could step down, see if there's anything else in this move here. but the volume has to be good. Okay, well, that candle right there on a 2-hour made a pretty decent volume spread analysis candle. Let's take a look at it a little deeper. I mean, just perfect basin action. Yeah, I mean, one could probably take a little stab in this area if I can find a decent. Okay, so that there is a zone candle there, except it's already been mitigated, as you guys can see. So, going to ignore that. It's already been touched. Well, let's see what. And then the same thing down here. So this was a supply zone. Came up, tagged it, and dropped. So there's supply zones, demand zones, and they're strong stuff. 10 minutes. Yeah, same thing. That one's already been tagged. This one here, it created one in this area. It's a little too narrow for my taste. I mean, I see price returning and just chewing right through it. Need something with some balls on it. 5 minutes. Obviously, this is the lowest I would go. Let's see here. Okay, so there was a 5-minute supply. Came up and tagged it twice and dropped. So supply worked in that area. But yeah, I think that's about it. Now there's a brand new one that's forming as we speak. Let me see that. So that moved about 10 pips. Let's go down to 1 minute. Yeah, I mean, it created a doji on a 1 minute, but the candle that left was like next to no volume. So I'm probably not interested in that one either. You guys know, I personally prefer the higher time frames. But there's people that are way better than me, to be honest with you, on the smaller time frames. So, yeah, I mean, you know, that's a potential play right there. Just take it down ahead of this overall support line that we got down here. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'm just going to test this out. Watch it, but yeah, just to finish, just to kind of recap what I went over, long way of saying it, but I personally wouldn't be interested in the main move, which until we get back up to this price. So you're looking at 135.75 area. Give me a retracement. We got overall pound weakness, overall dollar strength. That would be pretty good. And then, yeah, even if you're looking at that 5 minutes, I mean, that's pretty low on the curve, right? No matter where you want to judge the curve.
Yeah.
Judge it from here.
Low on the curve.
This is a little too
That'll be level
here
3 for me.
Yeah, that's too cheap to be selling it. So that's why for everybody watching, that's why I wait for price to come up. I want to sell it at a more expensive price. So that's why I'm going to wait for that.
Exactly.
Hope that explained that okay, Mr. Jedi.
Yeah. Business 101, right? Like you can't really sell something that's so cheap because everyone has it. It's not really valuable at that point. You need to have
because
a better price tag.
Everybody sees this move, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, I'm missing out." So if I get in this move, I'll be saying the same thing. "Oh my gosh, I'm missing out." And even if I win this little quick 3-to-1, 4-to-1 scalp, I wouldn't feel good about myself because I still sold it for too cheap to begin with.
Right.
Short sold it, right? So that's why I just prefer to stay on the higher time frames and do it that way. So,
different preferences for different folks, right?
Different stroke. That's exactly what my father used to say all the time. Yeah. So other than that, yeah, the 5 main ones I'm keeping an eye on. I'm just going to click back over here on the notes I wrote down. So yeah, I still have euro pound as the strongest one. It's been the strongest, I think, a couple of days now. Score, we'll just kind of up real quick, see where we stand. I don't think much has changed on it. Yeah, still looking at our demand zone down here. So yeah, that's pretty much the same as yesterday. Or wait, no. Oh yeah, so that candle formed at the end of our stream yesterday. So yeah, midday yesterday after my nap, I drew this in. So that's kind of my new path right there. Just get a drop into that zone. Maybe might look at something a little higher just because it is giving me such a strong bullish score. I mean, there is a zone right here. It's good because there's a little bit of a resistance over here, a form of resistance. So resistance often becomes support, as always. I mean, this is an idea here. But as always, it's just a little higher on the curve. It's a little higher up on that Hungarian flag, right? I mean, I could look at it from this low to this low, but we're talking 20, 25 pips. Like I say, I don't personally use the fib levels on something that small. I prefer fib levels on higher time frames. That's just kind of the way I like it. But yeah, I mean, it's giving me an option there. It's giving me an option here. A little bit of a demand in that area as well, potential buys. And pretty decent volume. I mean, you do have a yellow, more than average size candle kind of spring out of that as far as that basing candle. And then the same thing for the candle above. I mean, not the greatest volume on this leg out candle. So yeah, I probably would definitely, obviously we have the former resistance, but there's just not a lot of volume there. Not the greatest volume there. My move on euro pound is still going to be that hour demand zone down here. Better volume coming out of this. You can see the leg out candle, pretty nice. That big yellow, sweet looking, sexy candle coming out. That'd probably be the play on that one.
With a nice body on that for Michael.
That's right. That's right. and plus there's a resistance point, a former resistance point way back here going right straight through that demand zone. So potential support, right? So that's still the number one for the euro pound. Yeah, like I said, strong Eurozone PMI data, weak UK services data. So that's really kind of the fundamental, explanation of that. ECB obviously held steady on their rates, which of course helps the euro. So that's really it. And then Swiss, Japanese yen. So again, I'm just going to kind of go through my top five.
We also, Tiger got in the chat asking your thoughts on the euro Japanese yen after this, please. The euro yen.
Euro yen. Yeah, euro yen is giving me a score of a 6. Bullish score of a 6. So yeah, let's just jump onto that one real quick.
Take a looky.
Looksy. So as always, got to look at the 30,000 foot view. This thing's been flying high. Obviously, the euro's been getting some pretty decent news lately. Japanese yen. So let's see here. Euro is the second strongest currency I have as far as economic surprises, recent economic surprises. It has exceeded expectations on 83% of the recent reports. So that's, again, really strong. And then when it comes to the Japanese yen, it's more neutral, 57%. So, yeah, giving me a nice bullish score. Clearly, daily is up. Let's see where we're at. Start from a 4-hour zone. I do have one down here at the 171.239 level. That is obviously a long ways away, a couple hundred pips. So we just keep stepping up, see if we got anything else. I do have this zone here, and it did have a nice exit candle. It's kind of stuck in the middle of all this chop, right? I might have mentioned the other day, I like when zones aren't like where you look left and you just see a bunch of chop, because essentially it's chop city. It's diddling in the middle, right? It's going to chop in pieces. So I personally wouldn't be interested in that. But again, that's just looking at it on a 4-hour time frame. Well, we just keep stepping down to a 1 hour. What do we got on a 1 hour? I mean, yeah, you do have a little point here. There's probably going to be a smaller time frame demand zone in this area. If we just go down to 30, 15, 10. Okay, so there's a couple zones popping up here. Pretty decent volume considering the time frame we're on. A whole bunch of green candles coming out. So that's a nice bullish sign. What's a 5 look like? I'm just curious. Okay. So obviously 10 minutes is always stronger than 5 minutes. 15 minutes is always stronger than 10 minutes, right? The higher you go, the stronger the zone is. So if I look at a 15 minute, all right, that's an okay area. 1, 2, That's a red candle. It just looks green because my order block tool colors it green. I wish that were a green candle. If that were a green candle, I'd be a lot more excited about this zone. But at the end of the day, that's good. I mean, I know. I just said I don't use fibs on the smaller time frames as much, but Euro Jap, obviously, it moves quite a bit. It's got a higher ATR, average true range, so it's a little better to use the fibs on the smaller time frames, on the ones that move a lot. So yeah, it's just ahead of. So the 61.8 level is just ahead of that zone. So I'd be okay with potentially taking a stab at this, my friend. Have price come down. Now, as always, I like before price just goes straight down to my zones where I want to buy, and the same is true in reverse for supply zones. I don't care to see it drop straight down like that and then just buy. I like to see price do one of these numbers. Come down. Oh, well, there's a little bit of a zone there. So let's really mess with the retail traders. Make them think we're going back up. Oh, no. It's the big banks now. They're just going to start manipulating on both sides of this until they drop it down and then go. I got to see manipulation. There's no manipulation on this first candle because it's just dropping it straight down in the breadbasket. I want to see this manipulation because that's how we get liquidity. When you see price action like that, you're going to have some liquidity here. You're going to have some liquidity under this little low point. You're going to have some liquidity over here for sell side liquidity, right? Same thing on this point over here, sell side liquidity. Each time it's just going up just a little higher, down just a little higher. The big banks need that, collect that liquidity so they can ultimately drop down into the unfilled orders and take price the other way. So yeah, in fact, I'm going to put an alert on that just to keep an eye on that. I don't think I saw that. Well, obviously that just formed fairly recently, huh? So yeah, we'll just throw an alert on that. It's fine. Sounds good. I won't need it that far out. In fact, it is today, 25th. Yeah, I'll just throw it out for the end of today, actually. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So, yeah. I'm out of alerts. I can't. I got to delete some alerts.
Not again.
All right. EJBZ for demand zone. Got it. So, yeah, I hope that helps you out, my friend. Thank you very much. Yeah, you bet, El Cato. You bet, my friend. So, yeah, just keep anybody have anything else, feel free to shout it out. Here's the ones I'm going to talk about now, and I know we got, 10 minutes before break, 12 minutes? So I am going to look up Swiss Jap, Eurocad, Pound Swiss, Pound New Zealand. That's really it.
Good stuff. All right, that should take us to the mid-morning break.
Yeah, I'll do
we still got 11 minutes for some good stuff. Just to let our viewers know, we do take a 15-minute break just to recharge our batteries a little bit. And that'll be in about 10 minutes from now. Just so you know.
Yeah. It's funny because I'm just looking at my top setups page, and I have got about 25 items on my top setups. Got a lot of stuff. Not a whole lot of neutral. In fact, when I add in my neutral, just looking off screen here, I still got quite a few in neutral, but yeah, this is the most actionable items I've had in a while. So that's why I'm only showing you guys the top 5 just for now. But obviously, depending on how much we got later on, I may just tap into some of those other ones. Maybe 6th best, 7th best. But
okay.
But yeah, Swiss Jap. Let's just take a quick look at this one. Japanese weakened after Tokyo core CPI missed. So that's obviously, benefiting the Swiss. negative for the Japanese yen. And then Swiss franc holding steady post ECB. So let's take a look. Back to the daily. Going to look pretty well similar to the last one. 4 hour. Yeah, I got my 4 hour demand zone down in this area here. That's projection I drew the other day that ran off and left me, right? So that's pretty much, that's all I need. Now, I just told you guys in the chat, I just mentioned to you that I want to see manipulation. Now, on this one, it's a little different. I'm okay with seeing that V drop. Why? Well, because I've already got all kinds of liquidity over here. Liquidity there. Liquidity right there. Obviously, we got some liquidity under all these, right? So for you guys and gals in the chat, yeah, when the buyers step in here, they put their stop losses down here. Price goes up, it ends up retracing right into that liquidity, right? So these people buy. What do? They leave stop losses underneath. What happens? Well, we haven't gotten there yet, have we? So same thing here. We got all this liquidity right here from all these stop losses where people bought in that green candle, and all the way up. So liquidity, unfilled orders in this area. So I'm okay with it just dropping straight in because it's going to collect all this liquidity. So again, that's on the 4 hour time frame. I'm not interested whatsoever about drilling down into the smaller time frames because that's just nothing but a sideways load of you know what. Mierda. Right, Michael?
Exactly. You know it. You hit it right on the head.
All right, so we're done with that one. Euro CAD is my third and final of the strongest bullish bias pairs. That's almost a tongue twister. Euro CAD. All right, start from the top. Uptrend line going on here. Just another load of sideways Mierda. It's just going straight sideways. So I don't think I would really be interested. I don't think I'd really be interested in this pair at all. I mean, I did actually throw up a 1 hour, or maybe it was a 30-minute supply, a demand zone in this area. I did like that because I had a red candle. Look at that. There's my red volume spread analysis candle down here. Right there. I like that. I like candles like that, especially when they leave or when they are the leg out candle. So while I don't like how sideways it is, I do like that particular point. So that's why I put my alert there. So I definitely might take a stab at that. On a smaller time frame, I did have an older demand zone over here, and as you can see, it just barely wicked in and touched it. That one would have definitely been a profit. Buy down here, sell just ahead of this overhead daily supply, their overhead resistance. But yeah, that's old news. So at this point, that just barely wicked in. But wicking in is wicking in, boys. I'm going to delete it. It's old news. It's mitigated. So yeah, we're basically left with that 30-minute demand right there. That's going to be it. And then again, that's at the 1.599 level. So that's it for the bullish. Now, just the two bearish ones, and these will go quick. And by the way, NASDAQ, Nikkei, that's a couple other bullish ones I can get into later, depending on how much time we have. But we'll just take a super quick look at pound Swiss and pound New Zealand, and then it'll be pretty well break time at that point. So pound Swiss, where you at? Pound Swiss. I got so many. I have pretty much everything memorized, but there's once in a while there's a pair I can't see, and it's sitting right in front of me.
Yeah, it happens to me all the time, like all the time.
It's usually one of the lower ATR pairs, just because I don't look at them as often. But again, they still show up on my top.
I see you got the peso in there too at the very bottom. I never saw that on there.
Oh yeah, I got the peso and I got the Chinese yuan. I kind of glance at them here and there, especially with the Mexican peso, and just to see, see how they're doing. I mean, I lived there, right? I used to live there myself for a short while, so it's just kind of nice to keep an eye on the place you used to live in.
Absolutely.
All
I do
right,
the
so
same thing with Atlanta. There's a Instagram page. It's called ATL Scoop, and it's just like basically Atlanta news, like what's going on. And I still
yeah,
pay attention to it. It's still out there.
yeah. No, that makes sense. So yeah, pound Swiss, real quick. Do have a 4-hour zone here. Pretty nice. A bunch of red candles coming out of this area. So that's a potential spot. If you look at the higher time frame daily, I mean it's basically a daily supply zone right in this area. If you just go straight across, now it's been chewing through it quite a bit, but it didn't go very far away. Like for me to count that as a true daily supply zone, I would have wanted a much bigger fair value gap coming out of it, and obviously maybe at least twice that length. That's just way too short of a candle. So I don't really look at that as a confluence like you guys hear me talking about a lot. But yeah, I mean, having said that, I mean there was a 4-hour supply zone candle here. Price didn't really drop that far. It came back, and it's still kind of where that candle is there. Again, my order block tool makes candles look different colors sometimes. So green candle before a move down. Algorithm recognizes it as a supply zone, but I don't personally use it because to me it's not strong enough to even break these lows. But still, you can see, kind of worked out after all. Still moved it about a 2 to 1, 2.5 to 1, something like that. So that's all I'm interested in is that 4-hour candle up there. I mean, smaller time frames, not really interested. It did bounce into a daily demand zone on a lower time frame, somewhere in that area. And it's obviously bouncing off. So even though we're in a downtrend, even though it's a bearish candle or a bearish bias, I mean, you can see demand zones still get you bounces. Even if a zone doesn't work out, you still typically always get bounces of some type off these zones, which is a powerful thing. So, and then lastly, pound New Zealand, and then we'll be close to break. Pound New Zealand. That one's closer to the top. There we go. All right. So yeah, but just chopping sideways when you're looking at it this last few months. Drop down to the 4-hour. This is the one I tagged in the other day to a zone, and it dropped pretty good. That's old news now. That was a good supply zone over here on a smaller time frame. So yeah, I'm basically looking at this zone here. Michael, I think you might have mentioned something about this area too yesterday or the day before on pound New Zealand. But yeah, I do have me an alert set there. Price did catch this liquidity, break this zone. It did break this bottom here. If it reverses and gives me some manipulation before it touches this demand zone, then I'd be okay with maybe taking a stab at this one to the downside.
Cool.
That's it.
Thanks for that, Senor Tigre. We got a minute left before we take our 15-minute break. So if you do disappear here and you come back and you didn't know, then that's the reason. Again, just a quick reminder, guys. Again, we're giving away our free Forex 10K challenge account at 6 a.m. Central. So, yeah, good luck to today's winner.
That's right.
Which we don't know who's that's going to be yet. We're still deciding on the back end. But again, just to make 100% sure, you need to subscribe to both our Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global accounts, as well as our Instagram channel. And please keep on commenting in the comment section. We'll be selecting a random winner from there. If you've won before and you're on our list, then unfortunately you can't win another prize. It's just, I think, pretty fair for those that haven't won yet. And yeah, make sure, very importantly, that your email is linked to YouTube bio so that we can get in contact with you. All right. So let's see who's going to be today's winner. Not too far to go. Please stay in the chat, stay with us, and we'll be back shortly after our 15-minute break. We'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers. Be back, y'all.
Be back.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage. You can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hey, I'm Troy Epperson. I'm one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse of me outside or beyond the charts. Outside of trading, I play golf with my son. As you can see, I have a laptop and multiple screens. I've been trading for about 15 years on my own and about 25 years before that, even with a lot of interest in the market. I've realized over time that it's not about the strategy or the method. It's about implementing whatever that strategy or method is, which is super, super important to become consistent as a trader. Everybody wants to get profitable and make thousands of dollars a day, literally overnight. But it's about taking those small incremental trades just over time, taking the same boring pattern over and over again that creates that consistency and develops discipline to make money trading currencies, futures, or stocks, or whatever you're trading. Golf is great because the parallels with trading are immense. Discipline, doing the same thing over and over again, getting your setup correct, knowing when to do a layup and when to actually go for it. All of those things apply to trading. Balance is super important and is the edge when it comes to trading. We want to be consistent, but at the same time, you've got to be patient, and you need to be able to reach out and ask a coach a question and never feel guilty about doing that. And there's no bad question. Every question is a great question because it helps you enhance your intelligence and your knowledge of the market. Well, that's a bit about me. I hope to see you soon in a live trading session. And remember, we're just looking for one good trade. And once we find that one good trade, we're going to do it again and again and again. I'll see you then.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Paul, trading coach at Hola Prime, and this is a peek behind the scenes of who I am beyond the screens. I've been a trader for 6 years now, spanning from agricultural commodities to equity indices. My philosophy in life is to keep things simple but not simplistic, and to seek clarity, not certainty. In the trading world, these concepts help me embrace a mindset of valuing action over doubt, staying disciplined, evolving with the markets, and maintaining self-awareness. The road to becoming a successful trader is a winding one, but with each twist is an opportunity to reflect and grow. There are no shortcuts in trading, and as a coach, it is my mission to help guide traders down a clearer path to sustainable trading. As a new trader, sometimes the thought of earnings potential can outweigh focus on what truly matters. Long-term success stems from a system of patience, resiliency, and consistency. 2 books I highly recommend that profoundly display these qualities are Mind Over Markets and Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. Outside of trading, I love going to the local beaches and golfing. They allow me to clear my head and have some fun too. Golf is a funny parallel to trade. It requires total concentration, adaptability to changing environments, and the majority of the battle is between your ears. You must have a plan to tackle each hole of the course, combined with sound mechanics to execute each shot. Comparably in trading, plans and strategies are important to build and refine, but precise execution matters equally. That's a brief bit about me. I look forward to seeing you in a live trading session soon and expanding our trading horizons together.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Daryl, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. Join me as I unwind after a long day of trading and coaching. So, like I was describing, I like to get out on the trails, take a break from trading, kind of relax my mind, get some fresh air, get some sunshine. It's not bad that I have a number of trails right in my backyard. This one's about a 3-mile trail, and just over that hill right there is the Pacific Ocean. Sometimes I'll take a drive through the canyons and unwind my mind, but oftentimes grab the dog, come up here on a trail, just sit here, and it's beautiful, you know, beautiful out here. Every trader sees the market differently, and if you've been trading for a number of years and haven't had much success, instead of continuing to learn and research and add more, I would suggest maybe trying to unlearn some of the bad habits and removing some things that hold you back. Oftentimes, being simple in the markets is best, and it's only until we can remove and take away the things that we keep repeating that cause us the errors and the mistakes. Once we remove that, we can start to move forward, build some structure, and get profitable. I find that successful traders trade within themselves. They know their boundaries, they know what they're good at, they know what they're not good at. Just kind of finally forged away and had the discipline to stick with it. It's not trading the markets that's the key. It's truly trading ourselves. And once we can do that, then we can find success. Anyway, it's been nice to get to share a little bit about what I do in my off time and how I unwind from the markets. I look forward to seeing you on our Hola Prime TV channels, live streaming every day. And here's to your success. Thank you.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Iris, a trading coach at Hola Prime. This is where I found my trading identity. studying the logic behind price action. I studied my journey 8 years ago. Like all traders, I had to study the markets, learning what to look for. This only came through perseverance and lots of screen time. And here I'm all about socializing, hanging out, and just enjoying the moment. And the only FOMO that I have is just missing out on my berry news. On coffee, please. But I'm also a student of life, a traveler, and someone who follows her heart. That brought me here, the east coast of Africa. This is where I start my day. My rooftop is my reset button, a little quiet before the charts. This is one of my hobbies because it gets me outside and be active at the same time. Just like in trading, golf teaches me to focus, strategic thinking, and emotional control, and have fun. But it's all part of the game, and when you learn to focus on the process, not just the outcome, that's when it clicks. And just like the perfect stroke, your edge in the market is something you keep refining. And part of working on the mindset means unplugging and stepping back. And when you're ready to level up, I'm here to walk with you.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, my name's Lara, psychologist, performance coach, and for the past few years, trader. A journey that's taught me as much about myself as it has about the markets. My philosophy in life generally is that once we know ourselves, truly know ourselves, the whole world opens up to us. And nowhere is that more true than in trading. Outside of trading, I love to travel, exercise, and spend time in nature. Nature has an incredible ability to reset our minds and bodies, and that's an edge in itself when you return to the markets.
Patience, persistence, the willingness to do the work every single day, this is the foundation of success in trading and in life.
Most traders think success is all about strategy and setups, but actually it's about mindset and discipline. Trading success is about mastering your mind.
For those new to this journey, I always recommend 2 books, One Good Trade and Trading in the Zone. They will teach you the mindset and discipline required to thrive in this business.
As Roosevelt said, a smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. And as we know, the markets are never smooth. Every loss, every challenge, it's an opportunity to lean in and grow stronger.
That's a little insight into me and how I approach trading and performance coaching. I really hope to see you on a session soon. And remember, once we know ourselves, the whole world opens up. So let's trade with that mindset.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi everyone, I'm Stanislava, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And this is a little sneak peek into how my life looks like beyond coaching. I like to start my day with kombucha and the radio. As a psychologist, I believe that how you begin your day shapes how you feel, and how you feel shapes everything else. My journey as a psychologist started 20 years ago. Over those 2 decades, I've always worked to broaden and deepen my expertise. As a performance coach, I try to help clients understand how their mindset and emotions affect how they trade. Everybody would like a quick win, but real growth comes from steady habits. It's about self-awareness, discipline, and caring for your mind and your body. It's the kind of balance I try to live by myself, and it is a big part of what I'm teaching my clients in coaching. The work I do is more than just a job. It's a part of who I am as a person. But beyond that, I wouldn't feel whole without making space for exercise, art, and some time to reflect. I spend most of my workday talking or writing. So with arts, I engage that other creative side of my brain. And the best part is I get to do that with my daughter. Now that work's done, I'm off to the most important job, being mine. So that's a bit about me, who I am, not just as a coach, but as a person. Hope to see you in a session soon, and let's grow together.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
All right. We are back again. Welcome back, guys.
Yes.
We're back.
We had something to eat, something to chow.
Yeah,
recharge
something
those batteries a little bit.
Finally figured out how to mute my Telegram because you guys were hearing all those dings last night or yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I finally saw the culprit channels that was doing it. Yeah, I got FX Street was one of them. So I finally figured out how to mute it forever. So shouldn't get any more of those ding dings.
Good stuff.
That's great.
Good stuff.
Sweet,
All right, let's get the show on the road again. Just a reminder to all our viewers, keep those comments coming in. We will be releasing the winner of the next 10K challenge during our Forex Fire sessions at 6 a.m. Central. So what's that, about 45 minutes, a little bit under from now. So good luck if you are hoping to be one of those winners, right? Again, to be eligible, very important that you subscribe to both our YouTube channels. That would be the Hola Prime Global as well as Hola Prime TV accounts, as well as our Instagram handle. Make sure that you comment live during these sessions and maybe tell us why you think you deserve to win this next prize. And again, please make sure that your email is linked to your YouTube bio, very importantly. Otherwise, we cannot get hold of you via email with your account details. So that's very, very important. Can't stress that enough. Otherwise, you might forfeit your prize and we'll have to give it to the next person in line. Again, winners will be selected live, like I mentioned, at 6 a.m. Central, which is just around 45 minutes from now. Cool.
Yeah.
Sweet. You guys want to continue there?
Yeah, I can grab a screen here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can grab the screen for a bit here. We're kind of just hanging out with this. Let me get my screen shared. With this CAD yen, it looks like we might get that pullback. We can see. I think I'm pretty much right at break even here. So yeah, it's just now pulling back to that entry price here. Sat there for an hour. We just kind of did the same thing, just hanging out. So yeah, I want to at least come back to here, to be honest, so I can get at least a half a position on. Again, here's my last case. If it goes pretty much further than this is not looking good. So I'll just add these two more alerts here, and I'll just put something like coming back. That just means like coming back the other way, obviously. Do my infamous one I don't want to see. Stop loss hit. And then my halfway point here, which will pretty much be around right here. This still might not pull back all the way. crazy enough. Obviously some shorthand here, but SL to BE, stop loss to break even. And then, of course, you guys already know this is the one I want to go off, which is the infamous TP Smack.
Smack it.
TP Smack.
Yes, yes. So cool. We'll see what we got with this. Still looks great.
Alerts all over the show.
I do want it to pull back. I will admit that. I only got a quarter on, so I do want it to pull back at least to here, so I can get this first one on. But to be honest, it might not do it, but we'll see. We'll rate around and see how it goes. You mentioned GN, Tiger, so I wanted to take a look at that. I actually don't remember. Oh, okay, I do remember now. Yeah, I was saying that I wanted it to do something like this. Once we get this 5,200 cross, of course, I know I'm in level 2. So I am looking for that pattern off the 200, whether it's an M, a half a bat, or head and shoulders, whatever that would be. I would want to see some move like this and then drop on down. Market baseline coming above that static for that infamous reload.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and let me copy this because I'm going to be writing that a lot. So yeah, I'll be looking for a move that looks like this. Right, nice close. This one will be nice. It'll give you that M off the 200, or that pattern off the 200, in addition to off the 800. This could possibly set up for a nice 3-to-1, depending on how high these legs are in essence. So, but yeah, obviously this is not happening today. So yeah, let me just start from the top, and then I guess I can go through all the pairs. If you guys got like a trade or something setting up, I can easily pass you the screen.
Yeah.
But yeah, more or
Let's
less
do that.
it's gonna be just how I do every day, going through all of the pairs and saying why I don't like them. Because again, I'm only really interested in CAD and yen today. But just want to quickly mark them up and kind of show what I'm looking at, my process. And yeah, if anyone in the comments wants me to look at something or my take on anything, obviously let me know, and I'll gladly run through it. Right?
Yeah.
So cool. Kind of how I always start off. Just want to give that context of what I'm exactly looking for. Similar to Tiger, just a little bit different. I'm trading the market maker structure, right? So I'm looking for, I want to trade in line with the big banks, right? I want to trade in line with the big money. So my way of doing that, which we all have the same but slightly different ways of looking at this, is I want to trade the levels. The levels. I want to trade these levels the right way. And the way I see that is this area up here for me is peak high. Right? So I don't want to trade that level. That's chop city for me. I don't like trading the peak high, and I don't like trading the peak low either. Right? So I tend to stay away from both of these areas. And I'm only interested in this area here and this area here. This area, again, for me is level 1. So in that level, basically the 13 and the 50 EMA cross. And I know I'm in level 1. I'll just put L1. And secondly, here. Secondly, here. In this level, I'll have my 5,200 cross. And I know I am in level 2. Right? So I'm only trading these 2 levels. These are the only 2 levels I'm interested in. And anything that's in a peak high is a pass for me. Anything that's peak low is a pass for me. Right? So let me scoot that over here a little bit. And I just want to write this up as well. I typed this out a little bit earlier, but I just want to re-emphasize it here now. So the first question I ask myself is, where am I in the cycle? When I say the cycle, I mean literally what I just wrote. Is it peak high? Am I on peak low? Am I on 1350 cross level 1? Am I on 5200 cross level 2? That's what I need to identify first, right? Secondly, I need to see some type of pattern. That pattern can show up as a bounce. It can be a head and shoulders. It could be what I call a half a back. It could be an M. It could be a W. It doesn't really matter. I just want to see some type of pattern off the either the 200, which would be in level 2, or the level 1, which would be pretty much a bounce trade. Right, and then from there, I'm looking for a higher time frame confirmation, which would typically be if I'm on a 1-hour chart, I want to make sure that price is on the correct side on the 4-hour chart. So if I'm going long, price needs to be above the 13 EMA on the 4-hour chart. And then, of course, if I'm going short, price needs to be below the 13 EMA on the 4-hour chart. And similarly, if I am on the 4-hour chart, I would just be looking for the same exact thing, except on the daily chart. So for daily confirmation. And then lastly, of course, is the entry signal, right? Which is typically a close above the 13, right? The 13 EMA, right? So this is pretty much my approach to it. So like literally when I'm going through these charts here in a quick second, again, these two things together is my process, my approach, and how I sift through what's good, what's not, the good, the bad, the ugly, and everything in between. All right, so I just want to touch on that. Yeah, you got all of those: good, the bad, the ugly. So you gotta know what you're trying to trade. Right. So yeah, this is kind of just a little bit of context. So when I jump into these charts here, you guys can really know. I'm actually just going to leave this here just for reference if I go back to it. So just getting right to this part easily, just how NAS 100, US 30, and S&P have been for the past few days. Rich, I think you already mentioned it, but all three of them, I believe, are at all-time highs. So all-time high is automatically peak high, obviously. So I'm not interested in this at all. Like not one bit, right? I would definitely need to see this turn out the other way, break that level, give me some type of pattern here, and then go short, right? I'll be interested in.
Yeah, Jedi trader volatility in the NAS can be pretty crazy. That's for sure.
100%.
The guys in the 100%. Future session, morning session, they love trading it and they do really well with it. But yeah. It's a wild little beast, that's for sure.
Yes. Wow. And yeah, like literally the other day, when I was trading, that was yesterday when I traded NAS 100. Thing moved so fast, it reminded me. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot that this does this. I mean, really fast. When I told you guys I was at break even in like 7 minutes. I want to say it was like 4 minutes, but super fast. I was like, whoa. Right. So, yeah, definitely move super quick. We don't mind trading any asset class. I don't mind trading anything. I do have small biases on gold for longs and Bitcoin for longs, but anything else for the most part, I'm just looking for this exact thing. Right. Where am I in a cycle and I want to trade off that level? Because in essence, I'm trading price action and the break and retest, which would also be pretty much supporting resistance in these two levels. That's really it. Because once this breaks this level and it comes here, right, I want to take that trade there. Same thing with this level here. Once it breaks here, comes back and touches that, I want to trade that. Right, so can't say it's self-explanatory, but it's nothing super fancy. I'm just going along with the trend. And the thing is, I want the trend to prove to me, as Tiger would say, that it's going the other way, which for me would be that break. that small run, that retest, and then the big move, right? So accumulation here in peak high, right? That manipulation coming back up to this to retest this area, and then finally the actual distribution and running the full run. So just want to capitalize on that move. That's the main thing I look for. So yeah, I'm gonna leave this here just so I can come back to it if I kind of want to touch on any of these points again. But yeah, NAS 100 pass for me. Not interested in it at all. Same thing for US 30. This is clearly in level 3 peak high. This thing is really, really, really high. We're looking for the same exact thing on as NAS 100, right? We got just one so far, one leg. I'll be looking for, again, that break, retest this area, and then drop. Right. This actually has a lot of downside potential since we're so freaking high. This would be a monster trade if it was to actually set up this way. Right.
Cheap
This end up
and
being
strong down.
really quick. Yes. Oh yeah. So almost a 4-for-1 if this were to go anywhere near the drawing. But yeah, as you guys can also see, the market baseline is pointing down, right? However, we don't really, price kind of winged off just a little bit, but nowhere near as dramatic as the actual TDI here. So not interested in this either. Moving along to S&P, same exact story, guys. This thing's super high, right? So I wouldn't want to touch this either. I'm sure you guys can see from the last two, it's the same exact thing, so I'm not interested in this. Gold, I did draw this example a little bit earlier.
There's Virginia again.
Right. You did say that the other day.
Yep.
Yeah, I definitely see it too, right? It's like, like this whole shape here.
Yep. With the little tail to the left.
Yep. Yeah, it definitely looks like it. I can see it. Well, yeah, so one piece of context, right? Because within rules, they have rules within rules sometimes. And then there's things where I just don't like it to look a certain way, right? So for me, when I draw this, I say, hey, I'm looking for this W structure to go back long. This can't stay down here too long, right? Like for me, it would be something like this. In fact, I would just draw it like this. I would want, ideally, price, because this is leg number 1. So ideally, I would want price to come back within this area within 4 candles. So we have 1 candle that broke below, 2 candle on this doji here. This is the 3rd candle. I really need to see this 4th candle kind of just bounce back up here like this. Because if it's more than 4 candles below the first leg, to me, this is not the first leg anymore, and this will be the first leg. It will end up being maybe a head and shoulders or something like this. All right, so in essence, I am predicting and kind of drawing out that this could be potentially, the W like this, but that means that this leg is the second leg is going to come back within the first leg here within 4 candles. And we're already 2 candles down. So we won't notice in this session because we'll be gone by then. But this second leg doesn't get to just hang out for all eternity and still be considered a second leg. If it hangs out there too long, again, to me, this is no longer the first leg. This would be the first leg. Right? Or depending on what it looks like, this could be the shoulder, this could be the head, and I'll be looking for another shoulder and then to go long. Right? And I'll be honest, guys, I won't be surprised if this did turn into a head and shoulders because they've been throwing it a lot lately. You can literally look to the left right here and see the same exact thing. Right? Head and shoulders pattern once again. Now this is a little quasi, but it's still there. So they've been throwing a head and shoulders a lot.
Got a limp shoulder.
Right. Right here. I measured about a close below the 13. So even though this shoulder over here looks a little funny, it did close below the 13. So this is the shoulder. But yeah, I totally agree. This is funny looking. Right? Definitely funny looking. But they can't make it too clear and clean for you because everybody would get it. Everybody would see it.
I
Everybody
was
would
just
get
going to
it. It
say,
would mess up their whole plan.
you're never going to get the picture perfect look. Well, you do, but more often than not, you'll get the ugly
Right.
shoulder.
Yeah. Like I would use the word quasi, right? Like it's kind of like it. As long as the structure's still there, I mean, it's there.
Quasimodo.
And yep. So it's still one of those things where, yeah, some of them are easy to see, right? Like a Mona Lisa looks picture perfect, textbook, but others are just hard to see. And those trades that are a little bit harder to see, I basically teach this all the time. It's the chart time. I mean, I can see this easily because I know exactly what I'm looking for. This is, my strategy. So I can see it easily. But to someone else to point it out to them, it might not be that easy to see, the first few times around. But yeah, they can't make them all easy to see because, that would defeat the whole purpose. So yeah, some are easier than others, but you just got to have your rules within it too, right? So just to add that extra piece of context. But yeah, so moving along here, we have silver. Now silver isn't bad at all, actually. Man, this is kind of crazy because this almost confirmed, right? If we look at the move that looks something like this, right? This is pretty much this. So we kind of got this funky M structure here, ran down, then gave you a little small M, right? Market baseline went below the static here. Whoops. Market baseline went below the static here. Not bad. This is just a very, very, very shallow trade. Like when I get my 1350 cross like this, it's normally a deeper of a run, right? Like not so shallow how this one is. Like this one, it barely went down. Just to kind of qualify it, my run after the 1350 cross would typically be about 25 to 50 pips. It's kind of hard to measure that on what silver would be, but the pattern in essence is still there. You guys can see it's no coincidence that if this is the M, right, it broke down right here. If you was to put this, right, that's not a coincidence that out of all places they came right back to this point. Right, this is the break and retest. They broke below this zone, pulled back, retested the zone, and now it's dropping. The next price point would be this 200 EMA right here.
Michael?
Did we lose our screen?
So we paused there. We just lost something on the broadcast. Check your screen.
No.
Not your side, though.
Yeah, I do see. It looks like they put on quiet markets too. Yeah, okay. Let's see what just happened here.
Algera Trader, we're working on that. Delcoto was asking, do you think Donald Trump's South Park controversial episode will have a bearing on the markets at all? What do you mean those South Park? No, that's the Simpsons where they predict the future more often than not, right?
Yeah, that's the Simpsons.
I don't know. I don't watch South Park. I know exactly what it is, though. Not sure what you're referring to there, Delcoto.
No, that's the Simpsons. Yeah, the Simpsons seem to always predict what's going on.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Do they predict, or they just plant the seeds in your head? So that you.
If you go back in time and watch, watch a lot of their episodes. My gosh, it's crazy to listen to. Yeah, because like back then you hear all this stuff. It's like, it's just a joke. It's for the show. It's a conspiracy, but
right before you start to pay attention to it.
yeah,
Right.
It's like
anybody can win a game or
like
two, but it's kind of regular. If you keep winning, the excuse of luck that fades away pretty quickly.
Yeah, the Simpsons should have a religion at this point.
So anyway,
I mean,
on a quick funny one, right?
Going.
Something that happened. Yeah, it's still going. They actually make jokes and say that Michael Scully has a crystal ball or something, like he's from the future.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I was just having an experience with a quick issue.
Okay. Oh, I guess we're back.
Just to let you know, guys, it's not New York Open just yet. We're still busy with the Forex Fire session. Sorry for that. We just had a tech issue, but the guys behind the scenes doing all the hard work quickly sorted that out. So we are back. We do apologize for that. Let's keep going. Keep on trucking.
Maximum overdrive.
Before you do, Michael, just again, quick reminder, guys. If you just joined us, we are going to have our next 10K draw for a live, free Forex Challenge account on top of the hour. So that's about 20 minutes from now, just under 20 minutes. We'll be drawing another lucky winner. We've been giving freebies away during each one of these sessions and the afternoon or morning, New York morning sessions. So keep tuned. If you have not won one of these challenges just yet, please make sure that you follow the following steps to be eligible to win that prize. Firstly, you need to subscribe to both our YouTube channels. That's the Hola Prime TV as well as Hola Prime Global accounts, as well as our Instagram handle, right? Once you've done that, keep on commenting in the comment section. Please tell us why you think you deserve to win. And very, very, very importantly, make sure that your email is linked to your YouTube bio so we actually have a way to reach you should you win today's lucky prize. All right, so we will be announcing that, like I mentioned, just under 20 minutes. We'll be drawing a name from one of our viewers here, someone in the chat, and good luck to whoever wins today. That is a really, really cool prize. We've been giving them away like hotcakes, and we'll continue to do so until further notice.
That is right.
Yes.
Hotcakes.
Yeah.
Well, I know what I'm having for breakfast later.
What's hotcakes?
Yeah.
I just noticed saying we don't have hotcakes in South Africa.
Pancakes.
Oh, it's pancakes.
Oh, those are hotcakes. Pancakes. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
That's American for you now. You had to shorten it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had to USify the word, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Pancakes, hotcakes, pancakes. I think that's all the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Flapjacks. No, flapjacks are different, right? They're small, rounder, fluffy ones.
So yesterday, guys, I don't know if you guys seen the news, but for a quick moment, the Starlink satellites was out yesterday for like an hour.
Oh no!
And I have
really?
What's up?
I have Starlink. Yeah. So this happened at like 3:10 Central. I literally was online at the charts and everything, just doing a quick check. And I leave, I go to the store, and I get back, and she said, "You didn't get to get some more crema." I was like, she said, "I texted you." I was like, "I didn't get a text from you." She picks her phone up and she says, "Oh, it didn't send." And I was like, "Oh, that wasn't me." And then I sit down, I'm trying to do something. I'm like, my internet's not working. And then she's like, "Oh, mine isn't either." We look at the Starlink has an app, so you like look through the app. And the internet is out. So I'm like, what is happening right now? But it's on the roof. So you have to climb all the way on the roof. It's like stapled in.
Is it like a
So
little
it's
arrow
kind
that
of
you put on the roof or what?
it's like this big dish. It's pretty large. It's a
Ah,
huge dish that you put on the roof, and it's supposed to just connect right to the satellites in the sky. Um, and
gotcha.
this building is top. Well, the house is tall enough where there's no trees or anything like near me. So there's like, oh, make sure you guys just make sure there's not obstruction or anything. I'm like, there's no way that a tree could have fallen on the roof. There's no trees right here. So lo and behold, 30 minutes go by, 45 minutes go by. And then my neighbors, we're pretty good friends actually. They have Starlink too. And then I text them. I said, "Is you guys internet out?" And he said, "I don't know. We just got back. Let me look." And a few minutes goes by. He calls me. He says, "Yeah, I tried to send you a picture, but the internet's out." I said, "It wasn't. It's not just me. Then I can tell it's everybody." So I get online using just like my cellular data, and lo and behold, guys, the entire world globally, Starlink was down for like an
Wow.
hour yesterday. Yeah,
That
everybody was
is
going crazy
crazy.
over this.
Have you ever
Yeah, we're
seen?
They
supposed to
got
be
back
getting
up pretty
Starlink
quickly.
in South Africa. Mm.
Wow. Have you guys ever seen the actual rocket they send into space, and when they send out the actual Starlink satellites, like they're just all compressed into this rocket, and they just individually, one by one, just slowly push them out
Okay,
like that. It's kind of like an assembly
pretty
line,
insane.
and they're just pushing them out. It is
Yeah,
the craziest thing that I've ever
Yeah,
seen. It's like how can they
me
do
too.
something like that? Just controlling it
yeah, pretty
remotely, like
amazing
it's just
stuff
so
they can do these
Yeah.
days.
incredible.
Don't forget
Yeah,
about the
it's
part where
Mr.
crazy.
when
Peeps
it
was saying
actually
that he
comes
spent an hour and
back.
a half messing about with his Starlink, thinking that something was wrong.
Mm,
So there you go,
same here. Same
confirmed.
here.
Not
It
just
was out
you.
globally yesterday.
Hmm.
Wow,
But
Michael,
yeah,
what was you
even
saying
so, on the
about
flip
when they
side
come
of
back?
it,
Yeah,
they can catch these rockets on the way back too. Like, not only do they throw it in the sky, and when it comes back, they have the machinery to catch it. Like, there's these two
yeah,
Yeah, to
huge
reuse it
claws
again.
that
Yeah.
it just slowly, yeah. I'm like,
yeah. That's
what
the
in the world
craziest.
is happening? Right? Like, what?
Mm.
Like,
Yeah, that's the
it's
craziest thing I've
insane.
ever
And I'll
seen.
say one more thing, then
Yeah, but that's even
we'll
for the
move on here.
rocket boosters and stuff for the actual manned missions that they do. Same with
Hmm.
those. And the
Yeah,
Starlink, I believe. Pretty
yeah.
crazy.
To me, it's wild because my
Right.
entire life it's always been only NASA, 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 right? And then all of a
Yep.
sudden, you have a guy, Elon, comes out and creates his own space company,
NASA and Star
and
Trek.
they're actually doing a lot more stuff. Like it's insane.
Star Trek and Star Wars is coming to life.
Richest man in the world, Perks.
Yeah, yeah.
So Mr.
I
Peeps
don't know if I'd
is in
want to
the
be on that
UK. So
Mars.
was that in the UK too then? Globally.
Wow.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was
that's
literally
crazy.
everywhere.
I mean, that may not
There's
sound
a
like a lot.
shop here who actually installed it, and we reached out to him, and I'm like, can you get Miguel out here? That's the guy who installed it. And she's like, what's going on? I'm like, the internet's out, and I don't know why. And then she said she'll check into it. 15, 20 minutes later, she said, I think something's wrong with everyone's because all my other clients are calling me saying the same thing. I'm like, okay, this is a
Wow,
global thing right now.
that's crazy.
So anyway, that was
Yeah,
kind of
Jedi
crazy. I
Trader
figured I'd
says that
mention that real quick.
T-Mobile
Yeah.
had a satellite service which made the Starlink outage. Okay, interesting.
Weird.
Thanks to the T-Mobile's new satellite. So some sort of
Oh,
interference there or something. Who knows?
well, that's what I have is T-Mobile, but I must have been asleep when all that was going on. I didn't notice anything wrong on my end. Crazy stuff.
All right, well, I'll just jump back into the charts. I figured I'd just mention that briefly.
No, that's
Please do.
crazy.
We got 10 minutes before we give away the 10K prize. So, guys, please stay on board. Michael's just going to go through a few more charts, and then we'll announce that winner very, very shortly.
Yeah, that's right.
Excuse me. All right, so something else that's pretty cool too, guys, is I always mention when you have one setup that's happening on the higher time frame. So on this 1 hour chart, we have the 1350 cross, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know I'm in level 1 here. right? So I'm in this example, this is what I would call my master trade, right? And what happens here is, again, we get this M structure. We get the break, as I mentioned earlier. We get the pullback. Now, it could just run here with one leg, but in this case, it gave you two little legs and run down. Like this would be the target. This makes perfect sense, right? Now, this is on the 1 hour chart. Interestingly enough, on the 15-minute chart, we should see the same thing, except it would be an M off the 200, right? So if you look at this, we have this same ugly peak structure, right? It runs down. We have this 5,200 cross. Remember, when a 5,200 crosses, you're looking for M's or W's off the 200. And then we have this first leg, second leg move, right? And this has more downside to it. Like I would predict the target is actually here, right? So super cool stuff. This is the 5,200 cross. So again, on the lower time frame, you're in level 2. And then also we have that infamous reload. You can see that the market baseline has gone above the static here, gave us that reload. And this was nearly a perfect trade. Interestingly enough, what time was this? I'm just wondering why I wouldn't have taken this. Dang, I think this happened in session, guys. Seriously. Yeah, I think this happened in session.
Oh.
Man, that's crazy. Yep, they got that one. Yeah, because look, you even had
guys, Jedi Traders posting some really funny comments here, which is good. It's exactly what we want. I think the first one, he was saying he wants to win this prop firm challenge because I didn't wake up at 4 a.m. just to argue with my charts and risk my sanity just to break even. And now his second comment goes, my winning would be great to win this challenge. Why winning would be great to win this challenge? Well, I, my laptop, my coffee, and my emotional support candle all agree I should win. Well, good luck to you, Jedi Trader. We'll find out very, very soon. 8 minutes. Just hang on in there.
That's creativity points right there.
Right.
Did you use ChatGPT for that, or does this actually come from you?
Well, he's not going to tell the truth on that. I know I wouldn't.
Say it depends.
Yeah.
Am I going to win?
That's great.
Nice. Sweet. Okay. Well, that's pretty much it on. We still got like a few more minutes here. So yeah, that's it on that one. Crude oil would be next. Crude oil is interesting. The 50 and the 200 is so close. There's actually two moves that could happen here. So if you guys can peep this, we have this W structure towards the bottom. The next move, obviously, is the bounce. Now, whether it's one leg or two legs, we don't know. That's something that we have to determine when it happens. Mm-hmm. But that would be the move, something like this, right? Now, this could happen one of two ways. This could be one scenario is price just jumps down, comes back and closes above this entire thing. Once it touches the 50, that would be for me a level 1 money trade because the 50 and the 200 has not crossed yet. All right, so that's the first move. But the second move could be that these actually do cross, and then we get some W structure going long. And at that case, that would be a W off the 200, and we would need the reload at that point. All right. Either way, I'm predicting this for longs, right? But two things need to happen. One, price needs to close above this 800 EMA because I wouldn't want it to get caught here and bounce off. Kind of how it's having some trouble now. Like this is a major, major support area or resistance area, whichever one, to kind of block this area. So I want to see it close above, in addition with, again, my setup, my pattern that I would be looking for. So crude oil might be something to play next week. This probably won't happen today. It's a little late in the week.
Crude oil's price actually been extremely messy.
Yes, 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 yes. And as I mentioned yesterday, I don't get many setups on it because for some reason it's so all over the place that it never gives me a full confirmation or would like break one of my hard rules to take. So I'm not even going to get my hopes up on this one because it always happens. Right. And something
We
else I'm
got
going to do
Coach
see here in a minute,
James in the
guys.
house. Marcus FX.
Well,
Good morning.
Hey, what's
Oh,
up?
it's a
What's
good
up?
afternoon for you, actually. You're in South Africa, right? As the peep say that he won yesterday already, so pressure's off today. Yeah, well done.
Oh,
And
nice.
ChatGPT taught me how to trade, Takato.
Uh-oh.
it's
Oh,
yeah.
you guys don't seem to agree. How's that
I
going?
mean,
It's going well.
it, it can definitely aid and assist in certain things of trading. I mean, when you need help clarifying something, I've used it. Well, not Chat GPT, of course. I use the DeepSeek. I'm the outcast in the U.S. Not even using our own Chat GPT. I like the DeepSeek a little better personally. But yeah, I mean, something that's complex, like I've copied and pasted different complex, thoughts about like currency correlations and reports and things. Like I'll just, you can see information. Sometimes you don't know how to put it together. So I've put it into DeepSeek
Mhm.
many times to say, hey, what's the best use of this, or what are the best setups given all this information? And actually, I don't know how it does it, but it figures out what you want, and then it just kind of gives you an answer. It's pretty cool.
Right.
Yeah,
No,
Jedi
I
Trader
love
says,
it.
don't trade with a
People are
free
like
version
really
of
afraid of it. I love
ChatGPT. You will breach.
it.
Very likely. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That amateur trader answer. Sweet. Okay. Let me see this moving along here. So just for context, guys, I don't let I'm gonna reshare my screen on the full screen here. I don't like to have my pending sitting here for forever. So this trade in 2 minutes, my pending orders will be have sitting here for 2 hours. So with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and take them off. Actually, I don't have them on. I didn't put them on. I just had an alert set. So never mind on that. But yeah, I'm not interested in these two positions anymore, guys. I don't want to keep these on. It's way too long. To be honest, I should have been in my opinion, I should have been at break even already. This trade is kind of hanging out. So we'll see. There's no reason to close it just yet because it still hasn't broken market structure. But I don't want to put on two more positions at that price down there because I got like a little 2 hour check-in type thing, and it's been 2 hours already. So we'll see how this goes.
Cool. 1 minute, guys. And we'll use that name. Backend's just getting some of the artwork ready there for you. We will be announcing the 10K account winner very, very soon.
Yes. Bitcoin is about to do the 50 cross, 200 cross to the downside, so I will not be interested in longs. And I don't short Bitcoin, somebody mentioned. If I was to, it would be a move like this. And the TDI would have to make that reload. But I don't like to short Bitcoin. In fact, I think I've done it twice. And that's part of why I don't do it now. Right. Because my shorts on Bitcoin do not work out well. But my longs are great. Like that's like top 5. So if I can catch it to the long side, I'm happy to trade it, but I don't like to trade it to the short side. It's just
All
not
right,
too many
guys, I think it is about time to announce today's 10K challenge account. Hopefully you guys have followed all the instructions necessary to be eligible for this prize. Again, I think this is now the fifth or the sixth one we give away. If you do not win today, please stick around for the next round of coaches. They'll be giving away some more accounts just to up the chances of winning one yourself. All right, so I think we're getting confirmation from the side here that our next winner is, drum roll, Jedi Trader.
Hey.
I think that Jedi Trader definitely had the best comments there in the chat.
Yeah.
Congratulations,
That's
Jedi
it.
Trader. You are the lucky winner of a 10K account during our Forex Fire session. We'll probably reach out to you via email. Please keep an eye out for your inbox for an email from Hola Prime with your account setup instructions, logins, and all those sort of goodies. And if you've any issues whatsoever setting things up, you can reach out to our support team either online going to our website or join our Discord channel if you haven't done so already. Ask a question in there and we'll help you out as soon as possible. Yes, Jedi Trader, you definitely have the force. By the looks of things, you've been killing it on gold as well short. So everything's going well for you this week. Congratulations. And really, really
And it's Friday.
You enjoy that prize of yours.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
No, that's awesome.
Congrats.
Absolutely awesome.
Oh, they got that on my chart.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was actually. Well, I'm paying attention to euro dollar, gents, at the moment. I did have price jump down into a 10-minute zone on my other chart. Of course, we don't have 10-minute on big trades, but 5-minute chart right here, closest I could figure out. So yeah, basically those three candles basing. I wish that candle right there would have had more volume, but as you can see straight down, it was not really that much more than the previous few candles. That heavy volume is on that middle one, so I wish that it was on that one. So that's a slight knock. I've got an order kind of built up just in case, but I'm just kind of watching it. It is 5 pips, so that's about the lowest I go on range. And then just kind of going back over here, yeah. Drop down. I had a nice 5-minute candle. The volume really picked up. I wish the price would have finished a little higher up so that it was more of a spinning top. But yeah, I'm just kind of watching. The volume kind of died off after that initial.
Get what you wish for in the markets.
No, not at all. But just kind of nitpicking this thing, yeah. I mean, maybe, yeah, I don't know. Because even if let's do this actually. See what that looks like. Maybe a break of that. But that's only if volume picks up. Like I said, it was great. I mean, that candle got me halfway interested, but yeah, the candles right after so far haven't been following through on the volume. Just looking at it on a 1 minute. That was a strong sign when you had not only that strong candle, but the candle after, which was way smaller, but with more volume. That's obviously what helped it turn the corner here. But then the volume kind of slowed down as the candles got bigger. So that made me hold off. And then you kind of had a little bit of a reversal, kind of a 1 minute chart, almost double bottom type of action there. We might. Yeah. So far, I mean, the candles are expanded range when you're comparing it to these last few red ones. But again, you got an expanded range candle, but less volume. So just not quite getting the volume I want to see yet. Not just yet anyway. So I'm just going to keep an eye on this thing. Where is mine? Yeah, I'd like to see some U-shaped action in the volume candles down here. That's what I'd like to see. If I can get that U-shaped volume with candles getting up here, then I might still take a stab at it. But yeah, I need these volume candles to start picking up steam. I really do. I really do. Go up. Go this way. Go this way. Follow the arrow. Follow the arrow.
Okay, Coach Tiger. Okay, Coach Tiger.
Yeah. So far, just not getting that action. These are trades I'd have done been in as soon as they hit the zone years ago, but no, not anymore. I need everything to match. Gotta have my volume. And yeah, adjust that to the 1 minute. Low, lower low. So we got a low, we got a lower low on RSI, so that's not really helping me out. A little bit higher low this way. But I would have preferred if I would have got. Oh, I guess I did start to get some divergence from back here. So low, lower low up on price. Got a low and then a higher low here. So that's kind of a divergence, huh?
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of a divergence. Along with obviously this going down like that. But yeah, it's just making a nice little W. All right, let's get rid of this so I can see my candles now. Yeah, see, we had another 5-minute candle with a wick on the bottom, but less volume. Effort has to match result. Effort has to match result.
Right. Said it perfect. That is true. That is true.
Let's do this. Expanding candle ranges must have expanding volume. Effort versus result. Expanding candle ranges, so candles that are getting bigger, they must also have expanding volume bars. Whether that's volume on stock trading, like the actual volume, or volume spread analysis, right? However you look at your volume, but that is a must for leaving a zone, for jumping into the trade. If I have the effort, but the candles are doing the opposite, it's a no-go.
Right.
Gotcha.
So higher volume or higher, okay. Expanding candle size with volume decreasing equals no-go. Expanding yeah, just like that. Expanding candle size with volume decreasing equals no-go, because that's a fake move.
Yep.
Effort.
It's kind of like when I say about the chart and the TDI has to match up. Otherwise, you can get jammed up easily.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if I look at this like in a bigger time frame, let's just get rid of all this now. So obviously I'm making the play off of this 4-hour upswing. Euro dollar is giving me a bullish score of a 5. So bullish, but not as strong bullish as I like. Yeah, going back to that 30, let's see here. Yeah, again, actually, let's do this. I'm going to look at it on my other, look at that on my other screen real quick. Going back to the euro dollar. Yeah, here we go. So that's what it looks like on a 10-minute time frame. I mean, I like this nice little red candle with a screaming volume bar coming out, right? That's effort matching the result. Effort down here, result up here. That's a strong sign. So that's why I'm keeping an eye on it to begin with. And then, let's see here. Yeah. So that's it. I'm just going to keep an eye on it on the 1 and the 5. It looks like it may even chew through it after all. So that's why I don't take the bait. That's why I didn't hop in because, you know, if you look at it, magnify this thing. I mean, this candle did break this high. Just barely. Just wicked over it. But when we're talking a really narrow range, a 5-pip range or whatever that is, I need to see I prefer to see a candle close above it. Or at least go higher than that. You know, I mean, obviously close, but even if I drill down on the one minute time frame. So, you know, this is basically where it wicked. But look at the volume. So it went backwards. So expanding candle sizes, those 4 candles are perfect. The second candle grew. That's good. So that result matched the effort because the candle got slightly bigger and so did the volume bar. But then candle number 3 went backwards even though the candle size grew. Same thing with this candle. This candle's the biggest of the 4. Even bigger, but you can see those last 2 candles, the volume went down. So that's why I stayed out of that. And yeah, it looks like it's probably going to chew through it to begin with, but yeah, man, I'm telling you, just paying attention to effort versus result, just that one thing has kept me out of so many trades that I used to take all the time and wonder why I lost. Well, it's because the effort didn't match the result. So anyway, I thought I'd show you all that. Yeah.
So how long did it take to learn that?
Oh, about a decade.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe a little less than a decade.
Stubbornness.
Like you read, like you study. I mean, I studied. I was taught stuff like that, but again, when I went through my online trading academy classes, like it's just like drinking from a fire hose. I mean, there's just so much stuff thrown at you, and that. I think that those types of classes helped me get maybe 6 months further down the line, maybe a year, just because you're cramming everything in your head in a week. Because those classes I took were a week apiece. I took the week class for stock trading, and then I took another week class for Forex. And then I repeated them because we had lifetime retakes. So I was able to repeat the class so that I could pick up even more nuggets. Yeah, I would say those classes probably pushed me maybe a couple years ahead, you know, as far as fast tracking. But again, it's so much info, and it just that's basically what I spent the next decade working on was, okay, I was taught this. Now I need to find out why this is so.
Right.
Which is why that's kind of my teaching method. Like, I don't like to just tell somebody, well, you got to do this, do this, do this. Okay, well, why do I have to do this? So like, I feel like drawing out things and explaining, you know, every little thing I'm looking at. I feel like that helps. I mean, because I know when I'm being taught something from somebody, or just like another example is, you know, getting trained at a new job or something. Well, okay, you're telling me to do this, do this, do this. okay, why do I need to do this? So in other words, what's the 30,000 foot view? How does this piece make the company, go? How does it benefit? Like when I used to because that's the way I used to be a group leader for American Eagle Outfitters clothing. And
that's one of my favorite brands. I love the jeans.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I still have some.
I promise you, all my jeans were American Eagle. I had them in every color. I would get like the little stretchy jean a little bit. Those are the only type of jeans that I would wear was American Eagle.
Yeah. Well, and I had a corporate.
Now it's just board shorts on the beach.
Exactly.
Yep. That's all he needs now.
And sandals.
All right, so this is now a no-go because I broke the demand zone, so that's kept me safe. But anyway, just to finish my thought on that, yeah, it's important to explain the little details, why this happens, why that happens. That's why I try to hopefully explain the effort versus result and the accumulation distribution. I hope that helps out, even if it helps out one of you in the chat. That's my goal. So, but yeah, that's an Ixnade idea. So it's on to the next one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think I had NASDAQ.
Jedi Trader was mentioning, Coach Michael, I still like your CJ trade and all the EMAs are still looking good.
Yeah.
Oh, CAD Jap.
Who wants to? Yeah, CAD Yen is doing decent. It's still going so slow, like really slow.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to chew through
Maybe
that
it won't start
overhead
moving
supply.
into New York.
It's almost. Oh, it did chew through that supply. So, were you going for a bullish? Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
take profit is. My take profit is at 108.45.
Oh yeah, you're on this right there. At top of that. Yeah, I was just looking. CAD Jap, I think it's giving me a score of a 4. I was just looking at that one a little bit ago. Is that right? CAD Jap. Yeah, bullish score neutral score of a 4.
Yeah, you said it got to be 5 or higher to be bullish.
Yeah, I mean, if it's, it just depends. If it's a super strong uptrend, yeah, 4 is okay. Obviously, 5 would be okay. I mean, I have made trades on 4s. I made a Bitcoin trade on a 3 a while back, just because I just loved it. I don't know. Sometimes I can't explain it. It's like you just get the feeling sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Because with Bitcoin, it's like
you just loved it.
I just had the feeling. I got a feeling. Oh, I wanted to show you guys something that I drew up a little bit. Not drew up, but I grabbed. I think I was on 4 minutes. No, it was Dollar Jap. That's right. So this is my little drawing of my master pattern with a little bit more context, I think. Let me see here. Was I on the 1 hour? No, I was on the 4 hour. So this is just a picture that I kind of got off the internet. Just kind of give a little more context. Oh, which time frame was I on? Did it move on me? I think it might have moved on me. Well, anyway. So this one, the dollar Japanese, I was looking at this. Oh, yeah, here's what. Okay. I was basically drawing my demand zone so that it goes across it. Just to give a little more context on what I'm looking at as far as when price comes down to a demand. Like I said, I don't want it to just come straight down. I mean, you could kind of say maybe there's a little bit of liquidity under this little top, but I need something like this. So price drop down. Now this is a contraction box. So that's the same thing as you see over here, just the little contraction boxes. This is what I mean by I want it to contract up and then contract down. I was taught just buy anywhere under the value, right? But as you can see, I purposely put it to where it's dropping right into the demand zone. So collecting the liquidity, but then, manipulate up, manipulate down, and obviously on the manipulation down, jumps into the demand to catch liquidity plus the unfilled orders. So I just thought that was kind of cool. I figured now this contraction box can be higher up. Doesn't have to be down here. And another thing, and this is probably something I haven't done a good enough job about pointing out. So like that's obviously the 1 hour for this zone. Now this contraction, this master pattern, it can take place on a 30-minute. It can take place on a 15-minute. It doesn't have to be on the time frame. Like I obviously usually do 4-hour zones. Like that's my specialty. Oh yeah, and there it is right there. But so yeah, it does. It's not limited just to my demand zone, supply and demand zone time frame. I can see that on like a 4-hour. I can see that on a 2-hour, on a 1 hour, on a 30-minute. I usually use the 1 hour and the 30-minute to kind of verify the master pattern itself. So basically, whatever time frame I place my order on, drop it about 3 or 4 time frames, like a third or a quarter size, right? So 4-hour would be a 1 hour, 2-hour would be a 30-minute. And then that's typically where I go to verify the master pattern itself to get that contraction and expansion. Drop it into my zone to collect those unfilled orders to the long side.
It's funny you have that. I'm gonna take a screenshot and show something too. This is actually, I'll show it after you're done. This is actually, when I cut my computer off, this is the, what do you call it? Screensaver. That's the word I'm looking for. Screensaver on my computer. Yeah. I'm going to show these two. It's similar to yours, but.
Oh, that's great. No, the last thing I was going to look at was just the Nikkei. Because I do have I don't think I mentioned this yesterday, but I do have a zone on top of a zone here. So that's really the only other main item I was looking at outside of the Forex pairs. Because this sucker obviously just flew up. What was it like? I think it was 5.88%. Is that what I measured yesterday? 6%. I mean, that's just a freaking high-ass move. So I would expect some type of pretty deep retracement. But along the way, might just take a little stab at this area around the 38 level. Yeah, because Nikkei's given me, what was it? A very bullish score of a 9. So again, I want to say this, like if I have something that's a score of a 5 or a 6, yes, it's bullish, but I typically like the deeper retracements, 50, 61, 8. If it's something that's very bullish, so 9 or higher, just like Nikkei, just like Euro Pound, just like NASDAQ, I'm not going to be that picky. Just give me a retracement to the 38 level, right? Because it's, I have like the Nikkei, not Nikkei, the NASDAQ, perfect example. I've missed out on about 3 or 4 opportunities just in the last 2 weeks to where price just didn't retrace as deep as I wanted, right? Because I'm so used to the 50s and the 61.8s. But yeah, if it's very strong, very bullish or very bearish, give me a 38 retrace. Just give me something down here and I'll be fine with it. Preferably right at that 38 level. So I may end up ignoring the top zone. I may just go strictly for actually it's been mitigated now that I look at it. Okay, well if we go further down, there's a 30-minute candle. So we could look at that one. Probably look at that one. That's it. Michael, did you want to toss to your screen, you say?
Yeah, we can. I would just want to show you how you brought that up. I wanted to show mine. Let me pull this
Back
up.
in. You can move on to Michael's screen.
Blazer.
Oh, yeah. There he is. Man with the plan.
Where is it? Oh. Hang on a second. Let me reshare something.
I got a feeling.
Hang on. Let me get this up. Okay, here. Cool. So I'll reshare this now. So cool. This is what I made. This is mine. This is my version of what you drew.
Oh, okay.
This is my screensaver. So it's kind of the same thing, right? Like the Asian box come out. I want to see it hit the stops one time, right? Give me that M structure and drop. This is for shorts, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then for longs, it'll look something like this. Same exact thing. Hit them on this side, come out.
A bit of a sweep.
Yep.
Yeah.
But do you see, this is the same pattern that I draw every day for you guys. Like, it's the same thing. This is the mini version of it though, because this is a 15-minute chart, I can tell. But for the most part, it's the same thing, right? Like you might even have, if you look at the one below, how it kind of makes the M, but halfway through the Asian box, right? It won't always make it the exact same, because once again, if they did that, everybody would see it, right? So they got to kind of play around with it, what it looks like just a bit, right? So
yeah,
this is kind of me. And then, is it one more here? All right, I got to stop sharing. I don't want to share the wrong thing, so hang on a second.
Keep it PG rated.
Well, no,
back in.
Hopefully not.
Good one, back in. Okay, here we go. So this is the same exact thing. Let me see, where are we? Cool. So yeah, this is pretty much the same thing, guys. Like, this was drawn up in like a session, but this is the exact thing that I draw every single time. Now they're saying you can get in at all of these spots. Again, I just don't like the peak high, so I stay away from that. But yeah, this very first move, you're in there. Level 1, level 2, you're good in both these spots. So again, it's really just identifying where you are in the cycle and capitalizing off of it from there. So this is why I'm a stickler for not just the rules, but for the process, right? And just getting this part together, because I already have a great idea of what's about to happen. I'm just waiting for it to happen, right? And then if it doesn't happen, it just wasn't ready. That wasn't a trade. That just tells me that, yeah, what you're seeing is close, but market makers changed their mind, or they got something else in mind. So, but yeah, I just wanted to show that actually, because mine was very similar to yours.
Yeah, no, it is,
to say the least.
Yeah.
Well, cool. I can continue where I left off at before we announce that winner, unless you had something that you want to show, Rich.
No, the winner's been announced already, Michael.
Yeah. I was saying I got some. I can pick up where I left off at before.
Before you.
Winner, unless you got something to show.
Yeah, let me just pass my screen over. I'm just going to have a look at gold again. For those that obviously were born under a rock, would not know that gold's been selling off pretty hard. You can see even this crazy move that started on Tuesday. Price has been moving within the confines of a standard pitchfork really, really well. Now, if you have to switch to a daily, just to show you how weak this actually is. Let's get rid of that. And that was actually on the 4-hour, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Look how that top came in at that upper median line. I remember that's that proposed D wave that I've mentioned as well on the other chart that I've shown you. Previously, where price is currently at a bit of an underthrow below this lower median line. This is why I drew this. For me, that was sort of like the last cigar that we might get a little bounce today. We might still do. Price might just, wick at the close of this candle, which is on the 4-hour time frame, about an hour and 30 minutes. But I don't think so. Clearly, very, very weak. So this is just reinforcing in my mind that we are now heading low and a potential E wave. But again, guys, if prices keeps on moving lower, very small little pullbacks, and breaks this previous low here, 3282, which was set on the 9th of July, then that E wave, or sorry, the C wave might have to be updated on that higher time frame. It's all about, again, watching price action. How does it behave? Is it just melting down, or is it going to give us some sort of a zigzag? It's still early days, but thus far as I can tell, Jedi traders in a nice short day. But yeah, it's probably not going to last forever, right? We're still expecting some sort of a bounce at some stage. But even then, if that occurs, I'm still thinking there's more downside potential. Alternatively, if we just continue moving lower, then we'll have to switch to that other model that I've shown you guys earlier, the potential expanded flat formation, which could be very bearish over potentially next week as well. So we'll just have to wait and see. I thought I'll just show you that. Tiger, did you want to show some of your charts, or was it Michael? Sorry, Michael, you were going to go through your other instruments. Yeah,
I was just looking at gold myself. Yeah, there was a killer 10-1 during the release yesterday, the PMI release on gold. If you go to a 15-minute chart and look back on July 20th at 2300 hours, I guess it would have been.
Sorry, gold?
Yeah.
15 minutes.
15 minutes. Yeah. And where price, right there. So where that price dropped and then retraced back up and then rolled back over. Right down there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, right, yeah. So if you go all the way to the left, there's a 15-minute, I mean, according to TradingView anyway, there's a 15-minute demand zone, and it just bounced perfectly off of that yesterday. Yeah, and I go all the way to the left to the candles.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful 15-minute demand zone candle right there.
Yeah,
I mean, it just smacked it. Yep, just smacked it perfect. And it's a narrow. Look how narrow.
Boom.
Yeah.
Very narrow.
Look how narrow that candle was, but it was still strong enough to bounce price yesterday. That's awesome.
Yeah.
But during news, so obviously I wasn't going to trade that, right?
No,
I just thought that was
like I said, if we now get a very strong bounce upwards here and retraces all of this, then that might be the start of a small correction again. But if price breaks through the zone I've got here, then, and it keeps motoring or dropping like a sinker, then, then I have to really start considering that other model. And if that is then the case next week, during the C waves of expanded flats, which typically run into a high, and you get like a 3-wave move lower, 3-wave move higher, doesn't break, and then you get this accelerated strong move lower. Now, if that occurs, then we're potentially here somewhere. But we'll know closer towards the end of the day. Still, obviously, the New York session, still a lot of trading to occur. But if we start seeing acceleration or continuous acceleration to the downside, then next week I'll try to catch these oaks for shorts.
Shorts.
If that makes sense. Yeah. Right, back to you, Michael.
Yep.
We got
Yeah, I'll be honest.
still some time left.
Yeah, we still got like 45 minutes left. Yeah, I'll go through the rest of my pairs. We can get my my screen share here. I think we were on Bitcoin. If we can
just
get
share
my
Michael's
screen pulled up here back in. Yeah, we can get my screen pulled up here. Yeah, I think I touched on gold.
There we
Okay,
go.
here we go. All right, so that was where is Bitcoin? Let me go back to gold really quick. Yeah, like I'm still feeling the. I think as I mentioned, if we get this cross, this 5200 cross, I'll be short then. If these two cross, I'm short. If they don't, I'm still long, and I'll be looking for something like this, like a head and shoulders pattern off this 200. I'm sorry, off this 800, and then going back to upside that way.
Yeah.
Right. I'll be interested in it like this. Much upside to it. Almost a 2-for-1. I can deal with that. Yeah, basically a 2-for-1. Yep. I used to put it below the head, but to be honest, that's like super safe. You don't even need to do that. You can put it right below the shoulder. Right. It should be fine.
Takes half your profit too, huh? Profit RR, I should say. Yeah.
And then for me, you only have to put it like that off when it's a W or an M. But with the head and shoulders patterns or the half of back patterns, I just put it under the shoulder. That should be fine.
Yeah.
If you come all the way back here, you can have it. I don't even want to be in the trade.
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, chances are it's going to retrace the rest of the way anyway to tap it further. Yeah, I agree on that.
So cool. That was Bitcoin. I just went over that one. Again, the peso I just look at. So let's get into some currency pairs. A lot of these are going to be from yesterday because I did go over a lot of these and looks like I left a lot of them on. So same as yesterday, guys. I'm still looking for this move to happen. Right? If this doesn't happen, I'm not interested in it. So we have the 5200 cross. So for me, the next predicted move is the W structure going long off the 200. Right. Simultaneously, the market baseline is going below the static, give me that infamous reload, and then I'll be happy to take this trade going long. This might happen next week, so we'll see. Oh, this is a little high, so it's more like this. Targeting is 80R high, so risking $1 to make $1.40. Not too bad at all. So this is EU. I'll leave this here, see what it looks like next week. EJ. Tiger, I know you were interested in this and looking at this briefly.
Yeah.
For me, this is way too high, and how I got to scroll all the way back to the 1990s just to see when this crossed. This is way too far, right?
Dang,
way too far. So this is nothing to me. Like right away, I can tell this is really high. It's a level 3 based on the model I drew. Just a quick recap, EJ, right? This is peak high. I'm not interested in that peak high like that at all. This is, as I always say, this is chop city. This will chop you to death. And it's no way for you to really tell when this is actually about to turn around.
Chop suey.
Yeah. Traders try to catch this move in time when it's going to turn around. When they're right big. And that's, I think, the part that they love, right? It's addictive to catch that trade and be so right. But man, when you're wrong so many times, it just eats away at whatever you made. You end up at break even or down, right? So I don't try to time that at all. I just wait for my extra confirmation. So same exact thing with that thought process in mind. EJ is way too high. You gotta leave this bad boy alone. Right. Next up is EuroCAD. EuroCAD is a bit interesting because it gave us that V we were talking about yesterday, the V or the W. As you can see here, we have the 5200 cross. The 5200 cross. And the next move will be the W off the 200, not the V. So although this did go, this is not a trade for me. We're looking for more of a move. And we had outside the band, as you can see here. It's outside the band, inside the band, and the thing go. So I'd have been looking for more something like this and then run up. All right, so seeing that did not happen, this is a pass altogether, right? Because if you look here, price has broken above this area. So this is going into level 3, which is the peak. And I don't trade the peaks. I stay away from those. So the cat is nothing.
The wick.
Right. Now, EN is a little interesting because we have this fresh 5200 cross. And when that happens, I know I am in level 2. And I can easily see that it's making the very first leg to try to make this M off the 200, going back short to the 800 EMA. If you look at the TDI, we have this outside the band, so I know that that's creating that outside structure. All right, I want to see the market baseline go above this static line for that reload. All right, and then that move will look something like this. Targeting, where's that ADR low? Okay, low. Oh, it's right here. Is this too short? So this, you got 2 targets on this one. Really, let's put this up a little bit further. So you got target 1 would be this ADR low, which is about risking $1 to make $1.20, so not bad. But then your second could be, really you got 3. You can also target this blue tracer, which is yesterday's low, or you can even just target the 800, right? I would just leave these running, maybe some positions after you close, just kind of let it continue to run. But all 3 of these are so close, kind of really doesn't matter. But that would be the projected move on Euro NZD. Of course, this is not happening now, but this could be a good candidate for next week. So I'm gonna leave that on there for now. Euro GBP, pretty ugly to me, and this is really hot too. Here we go again, doing this far scroll back to see when 5200 crossed. This is way too much. So yeah, this happened all the way around June 27th. So almost a month ago. Literally almost a month ago. I don't want to touch this at all. So for me, this is way beyond peak high. So this is dead. I wouldn't touch this one at all. Euro AUD looks just like, what's the other one? Oh, Euro NZD. So if you look at this one and then look at this one, these two look the same. The only difference is we got the 800 EMA a bit higher on this one. So if I had to choose, I would choose the other one, Euro NZD, for the simple fact that we need price to close below this 800 EMA, just so it doesn't bounce off of it. Right, so we got our 5200 cross. I can tell we are in level 2. And I'm looking for, again, that same move, that same M structure off this 200 EMA. Going to the ADR blue tracer low here. Now, again, seeing that this 800 is here, you need to make sure the R to R makes sense. So we put the stop up here, put the target here. Yeah, this is probably a pass, guys, because we are risking $1 to make 88 cents, which is no bueno. Right, you need to wait for a pullback, which I don't really like doing with the 800 right there because it acts funny. I literally would just not take this one all together, and I would just take E in. It's much smarter to do that because the R to R makes much more sense. I don't have to worry about price bouncing off the 800. That's actually my furthest target, and it's just overall a better setup. So probably would leave this one alone. All right, GBPUSD. As you can see, we had this set up as well, kind of marked up already, but this now has kind of broken structure. All right, we got this leg all the way down here now. Now, the move isn't completely dead, but, oh, did I just lose my, I think I did. All right, so this move isn't completely dead, but
barely
kind of
alive.
So yeah, I would call off this will be done altogether. Yeah, this is done. It's way too far down at this point. I don't like it anymore. I would just let this one go.
Just let it go.
Yeah. So nothing on GU. I did draw this GJ. GJ looked kind of funny, but at the same time looked like it could have worked out, maybe. Let me take this off. So yeah, we do have this fresh 5200 cross. So we are in level 2. All right, and then we are looking for that M structure. This looks really funny though, because it's just like a lot of ranginess in here, right? Like I see something like this.
Right. Kind of like a rising wedge, I guess, or something like that. Rising,
yeah,
rising triangle.
Yeah, it looks pretty weird to me. And then secondly, when I'm looking at baseline, I don't see price go back above it. So out of all of this touching and ranging, it's still not even ready. I don't even like this anymore. So
no,
too handsy. It's too touchy.
Yeah, too is too touchy feely. Right?
Touchy feely, yeah.
I would probably leave this
that's messy.
Yeah, super messy. So leave that one alone. Then next up we have GA. GA is interesting because it's kind of far away from the 200. As you see, once this 5200 cross here, we're looking for those M's and W's off the 200. In this case, it would be the M. The EMAs has crossed to the downside. So I would want to see price come up, give me that M structure, come back down. Mine is below the static, so we need to come back up, give me that reload that I always mention. So let me do that over again. And then let me copy this. All right, cool. All right, and then I would want to see the move look something like this to the downside. This won't be bad at all. Risking $1 to make $2.50. I'll take that any day. So GA is not bad. I'm gonna leave this one on here. A lot of these are possible setups for next week, so we'll see. I'm leaving a lot of them on here.
So how wide on average, Michael, do you have your stop losses? I'm just curious. Do you have like a average like size?
Nah, not really. Nah, because if I trade the 1 hour chart or the 4 hour chart, it really wouldn't matter too much as long as it's above the leg. That's it. I just want to put my stop loss 2 or 3 pips above the leg, the first leg. So in this case, right above there.
Mm-hmm.
It'll range. I can have a stop loss all the way down, depending on the pullback, to 15, 10 pips, or it can be, as high as it is on this one, a 50 pip stop loss, right? And going for 150 pips. Yeah. So it kind of all depends.
Yeah.
On a 4-hour trade, it would be even higher, right? Like let's say, for example, something like this. And I wouldn't take this. I'm just pointing it out. But let's just say if I was to take this trade and I put my stop loss up here. Now this is a 160 pip stop loss. Ridiculous.
Mhm. Yeah.
160 going for 166. So it kind of depends.
Yeah,
It's no real no set number. I just want it above the first leg. That's really it.
Got it. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. Come all the way back up there and move this market to come get me, you can have the trade. Like seriously. You can have it.
C'est la vie.
Yeah, it's yours. I'll catch the next one, buddy. It's like seeing a full bus. Like, oh, never mind. Or that full elevator. There's too many people on here. I'm good. I'll catch the next one.
Yeah. Es tuyo.
See, it's tuyo.
Guys, we've got about 25 minutes left. To all our viewers, if you've got any questions, please hit us up there in the chat box. If you want us to look at any charts for you, any other instruments that we're not showing here, let us know.
Anything.
Yeah.
Anything.
Anything.
Except for the SPY, Jedi Trader. I can't look at the SPY currently. Unless you
can't
scan. Yeah, I can bring it up here, but it's not what we trade at Hola Prime.
Right, so this one is really low. I think I might have mentioned this one yesterday. This is in level 3, and I can easily tell that because we got this 5200 cross here. And then we have this M structure, right? That multi-day M structure. And it broke this level here, this low, right? So when it comes to all of this, this is nothing. And remember, we're only interested in the first M or W after the 5200 cross. So this has happened already over here, right? So to try to do this again over here, this is nothing. This is nothing. Like, look at this. This is really chopped. You're just getting toe up.
It's a sea monster.
Days. Yeah.
You can draw you a sea monster with that one.
Yeah, it's hideous. Ugly sea monster. I don't want to touch this. So that is ugly.
No, it's Loch Ness. Yep. Loch Ness.
Right, so next
we
up,
found
we
it
got
from the
So yeah, this is the markup from yesterday, I believe. GN, pretty much the same exact thing, guys. We got this 5200 cross here. And then as you can see, we'd be looking for that M structure off the 200. In this case, it'd be the 800 as well. And this would be a really nice one for the simple fact that it's a 3 for 1. Like if I was to pick any of them that I would, if it was up to me, that I could have it set up, it would be. We got a 3 for 1, and we have it going off the 200 and the 800 EMA. So this one here, I'll be most interested in. So I think that's why you mentioned. Yeah, this might be the trade of the week next week. If this can set up.
Well, that's my favorite one. That's my favorite bearish pair too. I mean, it's giving me a negative 11. Excuse me. I'm sorry, guys. My throat's getting scratchy all of a sudden.
Drink it, vodka out of the bottle. Homemade vodka, guys. Just drinking there. 5 liters of it.
Yeah. So get a HR. Mega, if you're watching, sorry.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. I couldn't do that. I'd be passing out back here if that were the case.
Michael, we've got a question here for you, if you don't mind. Do you have any advice on managing spread volatility? As that is something I often struggle with. That's from Calcutta.
Yeah, I have a great suggestion, actually. Yeah, I have a great suggestion. do not trade session changeover. That's what my suggestion would be, right? Because what happens is I'll draw this. So let's say you have price like this the entire time, right? This is the spread. In the middle is the spread. And then right at about 459, the spread does this. It widens so heavy on both sides, right? So your spread goes from, let's say, I don't know.
With the sound effects, it does that as well.
2 pips.
Yes, most importantly.
Right, to about, let's say, 30. Maybe 30 to 30 to 40 pips.
Yeah, that's a pain in the butt. You don't want to be in that, Tocato, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Because it'll just wick right through stop losses.
Right, so this is what happens. Yep, and then you got, let's say this, look like this. This right here, this line is the start of, let's say, 459.
Yep.
Right there. And then this area right here, let's say this is, I don't know, 559.
Looks like a
and this is
tube.
Eastern Standard Time, right?
Michael, you should have been a teacher at school. On the whiteboard, there was some chalk. You're really good at that.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it.
What you just drew up. What you just drew up is exactly what I was explaining at the start of the show when we talked about holding trades over the weekend. Only if I'm, like I said earlier, if I'm up 60, 70, 80 pips or more. Well, I would say 70, about 70. That's why right there, because I might as well subtract about 40 pips just to be on the safe side. So now I've only got 30 pips to play with. So that's why I want to be at least 60, 70 pips in profit just to avoid that. But also the gap.
I think I might have mentioned to you guys on one of the sessions how the market makers and the big banks, the people who are manipulating this price from, what we see on the charts, they only have so many tools to really get you, right? Like they can chop, range, whatever, do all this stuff. But one of their main tools is this right here. This right here is to widen the spread. It gets people every day. You out. Yep.
Tocato, maybe take a screenshot of his beautiful explanation over there. And
his lovely chart art. Yep.
Very useful.
And by the way, all of our streams are available for playback on the YouTube channel as well. So you can always revisit anything we do on YouTube.
Right. Mm-hmm. So this you want to stay away from this part right here, right? Like, be careful with holding trades over to the next session. And one thing that is a real account burner is to have pending orders. If you have pending orders going over to session change, they can fill you whatever they want to. It's like, it should be illegal, I swear, but they can fill you whenever they want to. So this is typically when you would see this. And I just want you to really pay attention to it, because right now, if you look at GBPUSD, the spread is $4 for 4.3 pips. If, let's say, around 5, not today because it's Friday, obviously, but just pay attention next week at around 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. You'll notice that the spread is going to get humongous. It's going to look just like this.
Right.
So if you can, just avoid that time from 5 to 6 altogether. And me personally, I close my trades out at 3:55 every day. So I avoid that whole backhand hour. So from 4 to 5 Eastern, it price is a little funny sometimes. They might try to widen the spread a little early. I don't like to wait to the last minute to try to close trades, because that's what everybody is doing. If they've been holding trades for all day, they want to, and they don't want to swing trade. That's why you see that price being so sporadic in that last hour, that last 30 minutes, last 15 minutes, because everyone's closing their positions, they're covering, whatever the case may be. So I try to avoid that entire thing and close.
It really is a dirty trick, though. Yeah, I mean, you say it, and I just think of it even deeper than normal. But yeah, that is a super dirty trick by the market makers, like you said. It ought to be. I think you're right. It ought to be illegal. It really should.
It should be illegal.
It really should. It's like it's price gouging, is what it is.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we play the cards we're dealt, and that's why we just got to be careful. So yeah, during the changeovers, just like you said, just get out. Or I'm chancing it, even staying in, even with a 70 pip profit, right? 70, 80 pip. I'm still chancing it. I would never recommend a new trader do it, but once you get a feel for the
Talcotto says that I suffered 300 pips on a Euro USD. Jeepers.
Yeah,
300.
Now
that sounds insane.
Now it's not. Is it not? It's not often that will happen, but it can, and you don't want to put yourself in a position where that can happen at all, right? I'm gonna tell you something. The easiest thing to do, and you might not want to do this, but this is part of taking your losses like a big boy. If you really want to take the trade and you still believe in it, close the trade before session changeover. And when it opens back up, right, and price has went back to its regular spread size, get back in. That's a much smarter play than risking that it gaps you out. Like if you have to worry about it, it's not a good thing. Like not at all. Like again, I hardly ever do that. Like if a trade could be perfectly setting up, let's say around 4:30, 5 o'clock, I'm not taking it. I'll consider taking it at 6, 6:30, 7, and I'll just wait for a pullback. But it's after the spread is back to normal, right? Because again, right in this middle is where dirty work happens.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, that's 100% right.
Dirty work time.
And it really didn't. I mean, it doesn't usually take too long to get back to normal, but unless it's like a lower liquidity one, or lower liquidity. But yeah, the majors not really too long usually.
Yeah. So yeah, I hope that answered your question. That was an easy one, to be honest. Like this whole area in here, and you can only imagine how many times that has happened to me.
Dirty work time.
Totally commit to saying I will never do that again. Right?
And
I will never do that again.
The ironic part about that too is, like you said, they jack those spreads up right at the end of the day. When you just go look at a 1 minute chart of any currency pair, you'll see why they do that, because you see a ton of volume at the end right before the changeover. So they're price gouging when everybody's going when everybody's adding in the volume. So yeah, dirty little trick, but again, that's just the cards we're dealt. We just gotta find ways around it. So no, that's perfect what Michael said. Yeah, if you have conviction, just close it, reopen it. And you often might get a better price.
To it, right?
Yeah.
And one of the reasons we obviously know about this is because it happened to us, right?
Yeah.
More times than
so
we care
many
to
times that my heart is still broken from it.
Come on, you put your
and to be totally honest, right, this is why I'm so passionate about. Yeah, this is why I'm so passionate about telling other traders about this exact thing. Like, listen, trust me, live vicariously through me. You don't want this. You don't want this heartache, because this is what they do, right?
We're writing country.
Imagine breaching the account. Imagine breaching an account over something like this, or you were so close to being funded, and you took some losses, or whatever the case may be. Like, just totally delete that entire variable that exists, because this right here is unknown. As soon as 5 o'clock hit, it's unknown. It goes dark. Some brokers won't even let you trade from 5 to 6.
Well, listen,
Right, so-
that same thing is true for report releases at times. I mean, that's something else to keep in mind. They'll jack up the spreads on that too.
Mm-hmm.
At times,
Yeah,
so just yet another reason why not to trade before, during, after the news. At least that 5-minute window on either side.
Yeah.
They tricky.
I like to stay away from it from that whole
painful
hour
indeed.
because there's some times where even at less like 5:30, the spread is like still pretty high. It might not be 30 pips, but it's like 10, 12, 15 pips. And I'm like, whoa, that is still really high, And you mess up your entire risk to reward strategy, entry price, everything when you get slipped too bad. Right? So just knowing that and just not participating in it is much, much smarter than having a feeling of, oh, I want to get in, I want to get this price. It's going to take off without me. No, it's not. No, it's not. And if it does, trust me, it's way better to be in a position where you missed the move versus you got in, you got slipped, and they took you out. It's going to break your heart.
Well, there's a reason we spent 10 minutes on that subject, because it's important.
Yeah.
Very important.
Super.
Very, very important.
You guys hear that I say all the time.
Keep them coming in, guys. We got just under 10 minutes left, so thanks for answering that, Michael. Really informative.
Yeah, of course.
It's also one reason why we're here, not just to try to trade. It's been a bit of a quiet one again today, trading-wise, but educational-wise, keep them coming. We're here to help.
That's right. We love spilling
I try
the
my
beans.
best not to hold any trades at all for this exact reason. Unless, like Tiger said, unless you're up big. If I'm at break even already, I done took some profits and price is way in my favor, 50, 60 pips. I'll consider it if I really feel like it's still a lot of downside. But majority of the time, and I mean more than 90% of the time, I'm closing all my positions. I want to be cash at 3:55 Eastern every day. I'm done for sure at that time. I literally have an alarm on my phone that goes off every day at 2:55 Central, 3:55 Eastern, that says close all open trades every single day.
Yeah.
Right. Now I'm so serious about this. Watch this. I don't know if you guys can see this, but I'm so serious. Look at the last one here. It says 2:55. Close all open trades.
Yep.
Right.
Just add it to your
I
calendar.
literally do it. So, but yeah, that's my take on it. Stay away from it.
Oh yeah, Telcato. We got loads of trading-related book recommendations. I think Coach Tiger, what was it one you showed the other day? Coach Michael, your favorite?
Favorite what?
So we got
trading-related books. Recommendations.
Oh,
por favor.
Yeah. Trading in the Zone, Mark Douglas. Yeah.
We got Best Loser
Mark
Wins.
Douglas on its psychology side of things. Classic.
Market Wizards by who knows? What's his name? Market Wizards. What is that guy's name? Market Wizard. Market Wizards. Jack Schwager.
And while you're typing that,
also
Telcato, we also got two in-house trading psychologists, right? That also come on live later on during the day. So you have Hola Prime TV. So not just, trading related like strategy and all that sort of stuff, but when it comes to mindset, emotional control, all those sort of things, it's really worth your time to go and check them out. And obviously, it's a live environment, right? You can go ask some questions in the chat, just like you are doing right now, rather than, going, renting a book or downloading a book or whatever. So you actually got, via Hola Prime TV, direct access to trading psychologists as well, for your interest.
Nice. Great recommendation.
Traders and psychologists. You do both.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Jack Schwager.
SCHWAEGER.
Yeah, I probably butchered it, man. You guys know I can't spell.
Oh no, you got it right. No, you got it right.
Well, I don't blame you guys. We're up in such early times during mornings already, so I won't be able to spell either. But you're doing well.
That's, to be totally honest, that's not my strong suit. I ask my wife all the time, like, how do you spell decision again? She's like, oh my God. Or how do you spell convenience? I'm like, how do you spell this? I'm like, for some reason, I'm just not good at it.
There's Market Wizards, but there's also New Market Wizards. Actually, I think he's got 3 of them out now. 3 Market Wizards books. But,
yeah.
And then Hogard is HOGAARD, I think. But they'll figure it out.
Yeah, I see it now.
Bravo Zulu in the comments saying that he's finished trading in the zone. Great read. Just finished it last week.
Good one.
For sure. Great read.
That's a good one.
Oh,
I think there are actually some YouTube videos as well where he speaks. If you go look that up. Mark Douglas.
Reminiscences of a listen to this. Reminiscences of a Stock Operator. That's a really, really good book too.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be another one to type in. Excellent book on mindset. And that's from what's his name? Oh my gosh, I'm blanking on his name. Like the greatest trader ever, they call him.
It's Edwin
Louvre.
Edwin Louvre.
Probably. But he's covering what's his name? Reminiscences. Yeah, that might be the guy's name. Reminiscences of a Stock Operator.
It's funny how we all listen to the same book.
Google's for, guys. That's what Google's for.
Yeah, the favorite. Jesse Livermore. That's right. So he writes the book over Jesse Livermore, who's like obviously one of the best traders ever. So yeah, excellent book. Lefevre. Yeah, Edwin Lefevre. You're right. Yep. Woo! Such a good book, and it's a story too. So it's not like it's just 100% a book on how-tos. Like it's just more mindset, but they say it in a fun story. So and it's a real story. So it's really cool. So.
Michael,
there was one more too. I want to
say
the
TV show.
Oh, that's my favorite. That's my favorite.
Which one?
Bobby Axelrod, Billions.
Yep. Yep. That's incredible. That thing should have won Emmys if it didn't. I don't know if it did or not.
Bravo Zulu saying Psychology of Money by Morgan Housel.
Oh, that's funny.
Everbest say he just passed his 25K future challenge account that he got on Wednesday.
Hey.
Goodness gracious. Didn't waste any time.
Already?
Good stuff. Well done and congrats.
In 2 days?
Good use of a prize there. Wow.
Well, Everbest needs to be sitting in our chair teaching the class. That's great. Congrats on that. That's excellent.
Very cool.
Wow.
Very
that's
cool.
Great. That's great.
Right, guys, we're going to be wrapping up in about a minute's time here.
Yep.
Telkacha says, I have to run now. That's perfectly fine. You've been with us for most of the duration of the morning session. Thanks so much. Hope to see you again soon. Everbest just joined. Again, congrats on passing that challenge. Bravo Zulu also just joined. Some great recommendations there on the book side of things. Axis FX, I think we'll see a little bit later, aren't we?
Yeah, I think he's on after us, ain't he?
Just
or maybe
James. Yeah. And again, Jedi Trader, of course. How can I forget the winner of 2 days, 10K challenge account. First winner for the day. That's always great. Thank you for all your input. You've been doing well there on shorts on gold as well, from what I've seen. Keep it up, and hopefully you find some good use for that account. Hopefully you've been set up already, or hopefully set up after this. But yeah, to everyone, if I didn't mention your name here, thanks again for joining. We've reached the end of our session, as I mentioned. Please stay tuned for the next round of coaches. They'll be up in about 15 minutes time, taking you into the next round of coaches after that, which will take you into the New York morning session on the futures side of things. So up next, the pre-market pulse in about 15 minutes time. From my side, have a great rest of your Friday. Have a fantastic weekend, and we'll check you back on Monday. Cheers, guys.
TGIF.
Coach Tiger and Michael, have a good one, guys. Behave yourself, and
right,
I'll see you back
guys.
Monday again. All the best.
I'll try.
All
I'll
right.
try. Have a good one.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers. All right.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.